Do or Die by Dougie Wood. Dougie Wood. Oh yes indeed. The cheese is ultra maxi with that one. Automatic here for Automatic Games. Hope this stream, quote unquote, finds you well. I'm doing pretty good. No major complaints, just minor ones. And who's gonna listen to them anyway? Well, here we are. We are at the studio. I do wonder how my levels will be. They look like they are okay, so that's good. Head on inside. Can I say, just getting some things going. There's a few more things I want to do, costume wise. And as people come in, maybe I'll explain what this whole endeavor is about. If folks, eh, you know, haven't heard or don't know. Someone's having carrots. Delightful. Delightfully strange, in fact. Hey! I knew of a band named Delightfully Strange. They were a local bunch, some friends. Good stuff. Oh, excuse me. That was unprofessional. This is the bathroom where Warren G. Harding impregnated his mistress. At least that's what the theater manager tells me. That's Systematic is the theater manager. Are there lights in there? I guess I never went that far. After all, they are restrooms. Well, considering they seem incomplete in my book, let's go ahead and shut the doors. People don't know what horrors await them until they actually make entry. Suppose I'll start with an overview of what this place is and what I intend to do with it. Though I do know that there are half a dozen or so people out there that already know. It's that Nat King Cole. Looking sharp, my friend. Looking sharp. It's awful dark in here. Let's get those stage lights up. Probably should have done that ahead of time. Actually, it doesn't matter now, does it? Yeah, believe it or not, the house lights are on. I've got minimal house lights. So this is where I'm going to conduct the late stream. And what is a late stream, right? It's essentially like a late night show. The lion's share of the work is done on it. Truly, all I have left to deal with is guest stuff. That'll be center stage, yep. Is that stage right? No, that's stage left, actually, yeah. It's the OMG sign. Essentially, it's just a place to goof off. Get into some boo shit with some friends and some acquaintances. And I've been reminded lately, I think Caspa was the first one to bring this to my attention, that I should bring on more acquaintances than close friends. Because after all, I don't think he said I should bring on more. That I should certainly endeavor to bring on some people that I don't necessarily talk to, on a weekly basis or every other night, as I do with some of you folks. I wonder what my character's wearing before I find out that I'm just dressed in my skivvies. Which I very well might be. Okay, good, I'm not. Actually dressed in the apparel that the host wears. Yes, a tuxedo, and it'll be a tuxedo for every show. Initially, I wanted to do it to where we, the host changed clothes. But there's so much pre-recorded stuff that I don't really want to do that. It's just easier to do it this way. So yeah, essentially a place to BS. There will be your typical introduction monologue with comedy, commercial breaks. Those of you that have been around the channel for a while know that I've got a backlog of vintage commercials that not only have I done voiceovers for and music for, but I've also outsourced. Some people were kind enough to actually uh, either script stuff themselves or read scripts and do some commercials. And I think I have, I don't know, 35 or so commercials broken up into, I want to say, 14 different preset commercial breaks. Say a commercial break would probably have 3 commercials in it. That seems to be the average. So I've got those set up. And when you got 14 of them going, that's not bad at all. What I mean by that is, at this point, I anticipate 2, maybe 3 commercial breaks per show. So as you can imagine, what would that mean? That would mean probably be the 5th show before you start seeing commercials again. And of course, at that point, we're going to mix them up. But just like regular television programming, you are going to see the same commercials over and over again. What? I love the reference, Mr. Strontium. There's my friend, Mr. Strontium. Speaking of which, I love the reference, though. I will answer that momentarily. Here's a seat that I don't know why he gets to sit next to the hot gal. But there's Mr. Strontium's seat, and he's always welcome in it. I imagine there will be shows where Strawn will be here. But there very well may be shows where he's not here. Nonetheless, his avatar will be sitting right there. So if he's not keeping me company, literally, at least in spirit, and here's his little platform. I know your drinking days are behind you, but it appears to me that you cleared out some books and threw some bottles up there. Got his camera. I don't know if that's a toolbox or a lunchbox or if he just keeps his weed in it. I think his costume stuff is all in here. And, damn, Organizer's got his intro script there. But if someone breaks my cigarette box, one, I would hope that they would only do that when there's a guest host. That'd be something. Oh, that's an idea. Oh, I haven't thought of that yet, but, boy, something could be done with that. Someone breaks a cigarette box, I'll tell you, Strawn, it's not above me to storm onto the set of their program and make fun of their racist stylings and kind of lay into them, because I like to think in this studio, the host of the late stream can virtually go wherever he wants without pages getting in his way. Stay away from my weed box. I knew that was what was in there. I didn't want to say it. Well, I did say it, but I could certainly smell it. Some potent stuff over there. Believe that's probably what she's smoking too. Am I going to be on Sea of Thieves after the show? I hadn't intended on sailing tonight, to be honest. Not much of a show here. As you can see, there's no spawned-in audience, which for the actual show there is an audience. And there's a band. There's a big old band. Granted, only 2/3 of them actually have instruments, but the other ones are beatboxing and whatnot. But yeah, I think that answers the question about the cigarette. Or rather, is that the cigar box? No, it is the cigarette box. It's what it was for Carson, but damn, Strawn, that's very keen of you to pull out that reference. I watched the booking clip we have linked in the Discord. Oh, so Texas... Wait, I'm trying to think. Oh, okay, not guest services, but booking. Booking is just me going around cleaning up the, almost appears that I'm cleaning up the studio after an audience. I forget myself, by the way. Welcome to Mr. Strontium. Welcome to Tex. Welcome to Black Badger. I do hope you're doing well tonight. By the way, I'm open Discord tonight. This doesn't have to be just me talking, but no pressure. Just letting you know it's Saturday night, and you are welcome to pop in. Good. I'm glad you watched the booking. Trying to recall what information I imparted in that. I think my main focus on that was just discussing the different, uh, like types of guests. You know, the easiest one is just saying like, "Hey, I'll do the program, whatever." And from there we go to wardrobe, and actually I'll scoot on over to wardrobe here soon. Um, Now I've already got the wardrobe down for 2 guests. What I'd like to do, if possible, is get the wardrobe down for guests that are, I mean, even people that are just mildly considering it. Just because, as you can imagine, like, if I've got your wardrobe down, I will probably go ahead and pre record the footage, which I've done with the 2 guests that are on deck right now. Um, but that's cool because then I've got a backlog of these things, and that way it can be like, oh, for instance, say Strawn's a guest. He's not though. He's more than a guest. But say Strawn's a guest, and I'm like, Strawn, do you want to do this Friday? Because I want to do a show this Friday, and he's like, I can't Friday. But Black Badger's like, I can Friday. Well, I might have been ready for Strawn, but you know what I'm trying to say. If I've got a backlog of footage, I can pretty much swap out the guests at the last minute. So I think it'll come in handy to get this stuff done on my end ahead of time. It sounds kind of. I don't want it to sound too imposing. I truly don't, because it really is just sitting here and bullshitting. I mean, that is all there is to it. For instance, one friend of mine asked me today. He was like, "Well, are the masks totally necessary? I like my outfit. I want to go with that outfit. I'm not too keen on the mask, and the masks are mandatory because, like, right now, this guy could be talking to you, right? You see what I mean? Like, I could be saying this. However, if I take the mask off, it adds a whole new nightmare with trying to get their lips to move, which I've done in the past. But that is very time consuming. Step up to the microphone for this. Tell you, the place looks a lot better when it's got an audience. I only watched half of the guest services before you had to stop for dinner. Honestly, Tex, I would only be able to pay attention for half of the guest services thing. Uh, for instance, that voice I was using, it started. I tried to watch it again, and it just wears on me. About halfway through the wardrobe part, I was like, man, I just can't take it because the narration isn't saying a whole lot. The opening bit I still think is funny, and I'm grateful that Systematic was involved in it. But after that, it's just a bit much. And if whether I was using that voice or not, what was the guy's name? Rochester or something. Rochester Tuck. I don't know if that means he tucks his balls or what. But yeah, if he had been saying something substantial, like I thought of things after I recorded it that ought to have been said, and I thought, man, instead of saying that shit, I'm just goofing off about like wearing dresses and shit, and mildly funny, maybe, and even that's a stretch. Doesn't really move the ball forward. Um, That's Mrs. Strontium on the couch. Her love life is falling apart because since sex became mechanical. She does, man. She seems so stiff nowadays, to be honest. And frankly, the way she stares at that "please stand by," and she is. I'll give her that. She is standing by. I don't know what for. Clearly, Mr. Strontium dusts himself off, changes clothes, and heads back to his condo or house for the night. She stays here, with her foot halfway glitched to the floor, but I'm sorry, it's the best I can do unless I shrink down her size. Demand my own dressing room. I require slave cages and radiation barrels and a bathtub full of jet. I'll do it. I'll do it. I don't have a dressing room yet, but I'll do it. It's, because frankly, we should have dressing rooms. I've got an office. Sad thing is, well, I guess that's kind of the dressing room, too. Wonder who this lady is. That's gotta be systematic. Before, we all had to wear these masks. Um, this room, it's quote unquote an office, but it's like somehow I think it's the writer's room and the meeting room. It's kind of like a catch-all, I think. Fuck, there's an ironing board in here. And all my favorite dresses and Mrs. Strontium's. That's her Tuesday outfit. She's currently wearing her Monday outfit, if you catch my meaning. She doesn't like to switch it up too much anymore. I gotta sit my ass back down. Got a box of toys in case things get too lonely. No condo. I live in the boiler room. There it is. So I gotta make a boiler room for the studio. Yeah, I think I can put the dressing room in there. I'm seeing a lot of brick. Is how I envision that. Well, that's a shame that he doesn't have a condo. I'd say let's take this party back to Automatic's house. Yeah, let's do that. I'm not fond of those lights either. As I turn my head, of course it doesn't matter. Half the shit's pre-recorded anyways. Um, yeah, let me kill the lights, and we'll either take this to the dressing room or to the Matic residence, which is it will sometimes appear on the program, so I figured I might as well build it. Now I'm motivated to build Strong Little Abode. 'Cause honestly, the reason I built the Matic residence is I think I want to do a segment every now and then where I'm talking about my crazy neighbors. So I figured why not show footage of it. Yeah, let's get out of here. The whole complex is not in one area because it's Fallout, and I did not want to build too much in one place for fear of crashing, especially with the main theater. Because I mean, as you can imagine, I don't care about the back rows, but when I put an audience in here, I'm trying to fill up those front rows with NPCs. And if any of you that have played some Fallout, once you start flooding the place with NPCs, I mean, you got the full band, Strontium, myself, guest, and then all of these fuckers, or all of these cherished guests. Um, if things they can get pretty laggy. At this point, they don't, fortunately, but I swear that's just because I moved, or yeah, I did kind of move stuff. I moved the adjoining rooms, like shit. Look, as you can see, it's all facade. Um, I moved them to other settlements to avoid that. It's just pointless to have them here. Serves absolutely no purpose. One thing I did do recently is I added that catwalk. I felt it was necessary. I also added that top curtain that's horizontal. Looks like it's still got a few. There's some clipping going on at the top that I'll probably address. It's real minor, but I'm a stickler for that shit. I also added these, which I think is kind of important. It's not important at all, Otto. But that would control the curtains. There's a word for that, but even my theater experience doesn't necessarily tell me what that is because I've not been a stagehand. I think most of the stagehands I've known in my life, they fucking don't know what that's called either. Let's get to wardrobe. So I mean, to give you an idea, up there at Sanctuary, we've got the arcade, which also doubles as the green room, and that'll play a part. There'll be footage. There'll be stuff that happens down there during the program. Wardrobe, we probably won't visit wardrobe during the program, but it does serve a purpose when it comes to guest services and satisfying a guest. It sounds sexual. At 10 Pines, I've got hair and makeup is actually up there. The exterior to the theater's Hangman's Alley, and the Matic residence is out there at. Tell you what I'll do. Yeah, let's go to Matic. Yeah, I am familiar with Second Life. Yep. How did I build this set? fair question. Um, well, like of course you kind of know how, but in terms of assets, a lot of it's mod. I mean, I'm staring at the walls not because I'm in trouble or in timeout, but that is there's part of the Creation Club DLC is the Noir Penthouse, but it doesn't give you like you go in the penthouse and it has walls and lights like you're seeing right there and walls like that. But there's somebody actually did a mod that if you have the Noir Penthouse, the mod unlocks all this shit. Um, it's a decent mod. I would say the downside of it is now, obviously, you can. Shit, was the mod patched or something? I think it was. Yeah. Okay. So right here, you see right through the wood. But that's obviously only from one side. But then again, you could turn that piece around and have it facing on the outside. I didn't even want to do an exterior though, for fear of I just don't want it to lag. I want it to run as smoothly as possible. Shit, my bed's outside. That's a peek behind the curtain for sure. Wish I could. I don't care about this being pink or purple or whatever it is, but it's a babe. Um, but I wish it weren't. Kinda. I don't really care too much. And you see, like, I kind of built next year, but that's only so if you take a passing glimpse out these front doors, it looks like something's out there. But yeah, I am familiar with Second Life. That would be a reasonable platform for this kind of endeavor as well. In fact, it's multiplayer, so you would have that. Then again, for our purposes, this will definitely work. I can even get it so a guest comes out, not necessarily from the curtains, because the way I've seen it work is like an NPC will I'll have them set to come out from the curtains, and they'll just do one of those things, you know. But I can get them to move from over here to over here, and then seating them takes a little camera trickery. Um, but it can be done, and it's not too burdensome on my part. Um, Anyhow, let's get to the Matic residence. As for the boiler room, you've seen the homes I build. You know how I like to live. I'm gonna have to take a second look at your backlog to not I don't mean your ass or posterior by that, but I might give that a second look too. But yeah, I should before building. Didn't know I was at Starlight. Ah, I see. Yep. I figured Starlight gave me at least that nice flat surface to build a decent sized. I say decent sized. This thing, I think it seats like I want to say 80 something because what you got 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 38, 46 on this side. Then how much of these? What am I at? 46. 12. 12 times 3 is 24, 36. So 46 plus 36 is 82. So yeah, the theater seats 82. That's a small theater, technically. But I think at a glance, it looks all right in terms of seating. Although I gotta say, some of these seats are weird. Like, who the hell would sit here? Essentially, you'd be looking at a cameraman's ass. Um, maybe Oh, I'm sorry. It seats 81. I forgot. She never misses a show. This one, Judah told me to use that line. Babe Ruth back with a professional athlete to be a fat guy who smokes cigars. Ah, the days. Just thinking that might be something you can expand to if this takes off. Yeah, that's potentially an option. You know, I had briefly considered Fallout 76 though as well, but the problem with the nice thing, the luxury, Jesus. Apologies. I'll go right to bed, really. Gotta let this storm blow over. Let's just take it to the morning. Uh, the only downside is, you know, when I was thinking about some, well, I was thinking for this, nobody has to have this game, nor do they even have to be familiar with this game. The game itself is almost beside the point. Though it will come up like with the animal handling stuff and with the culinary expert is obviously going to cook things that are available in this game. Jesus, it's still storming. The storm effects are loud on my end. Let's give it 3 more hours of sleep. But then I thought with 76, a nice thing there would be the multiplayer aspect. Does it ever stop storming? Do I need to use the cheat terminal? About to cheat this storm out. Oh well. I just turned down the damn effects. Storm doesn't bother me so much, just that noise in my ears. Yeah, that's better. But you know, like with a Second Life or Fallout, it would Fallout 76. The reason I would want to use something like that is so I could go, hey, there's systematic. So that I could get a multiplayer. She gone a multiplayer participation, but that would entail people actually owning one of those games. Is the only drawback. Don't have as my candy. You boil. I boast. Yeah, you know, honestly, I tried. That was one of my thoughts was to put mannequins in there, and what I realized is I could do it with the back rows for sure, but with the front rows, it was too obvious. Even with all the house lights down and the stage lights on, you could still see that there weren't legs hanging over the ends of the chairs. You know what I'm saying? Um, so I, but yeah, for those back rows, it would definitely help. This is the Matic residence. It is very, very, and yeah, I know this stuff, but you know, it's movie magic. I just won't get that on camera. I think there's a, holy shit, somebody on the roof. That's not cool. It's loosely based on my house, very loosely. The layout is not exactly the same, but it's what I was going for initially. It wasn't until after I built the place that I thought there's mods that would have gotten rid of this, or even scrap everything could get rid of it. And so I might still do that. Anyway, so yeah, loosely based on the Matic, or well, on my real life residence. So yes, I live in a ranch house. It should be obvious, mannequins. Damn was hoping to remove the delay of the comedic response. What, you going out there? Yeah, that's fair. That makes sense. What can I say? Systematic wanted me to download a mod that would make one more curvy and stuff. See, she can't even work her way out that door. There we go. So, I mean, the segments that would be about the neighbors, yeah, I mean, there it is. You can see the neighbor's place. Shit, they've got a cemetery in their yard. Top right-hand window. Old creepy dude's constantly looking out the window at our residence. But shit'll happen here. I mean, I might have to defend the house against the undead, or defend the house against Vault-Tec sales representatives. I think I'm gonna make it a running theme that, Automatic is not a fan of giant vaults that you have to pay money to get into. Just buy your own damn vault. Build your own damn vault. You can build a fallout shelter. CDC tells you how. I guess it's kind of like a tour. Hey, Adama, good to see ya. Welcome aboard, my friend. It's been a minute, but I know everyone's busy. I've enjoyed your builds recently. Your Men in Black build, pretty damn cool. I meant to. Well, I know I left a like. I think I left a comment. I'm sure I did. Shit, that door's off the hinges. I'm gonna have to fix that. This is where the build departs from my residence. If we don't have a vista like that in Ohio, I suppose on the Great Lakes you would. But, yeah, palm trees, certainly not. But otherwise, there are some similarities. We do have a fire pit. Very similar to that. In other words, nothing fancy. Oh, that's right. We can't close that. I should probably put something else in there. Honey, did you know there's somebody up on the roof? Shh, it's the gardener. He put on his clothes and jumped up there the minute I pulled up. Down there's the basement, of course. We'll take a peek down there. Going back to IRL, I don't smoke inside, obviously, but I do smoke again, obviously. So I'm always in the garage. Not always in the garage, but it's where I go to smoke various things. This is kind of my representation of that. I don't have big old windows like that in my garage, but like any God-loving American, I've got the walls cluttered with all sorts of signs and crap. My favorite sign in my real garage is it says "Hippies use back door," or "Hippies please use back door." Don't want them coming through the front. The neighbors will talk. After all, they're constantly watching. Their block watch is what we call that guy. Got their lawnmower and shit. In truth, there needs to be more boxes here. But yeah, that's my representation of me garage. That's where I keep my pot. That's where I keep my bucket. I'm not sure about this. Who the hell keeps a fire extinguisher like that in their... I mean, certainly we don't really have one. I think I just saw it and was like, ooh, I could put that somewhere. And these lights were dirty as fuck, so I kind of glitched them up into the ceiling to get rid of that. I wanted this to be as pre-war as possible. And you can still see a little rusticles on there, but that's alright. At a glance, it's okay, I suppose. This is a life preserver just in case, You never know. I suppose it's deco, right? One thing I wanted in here is that espresso machine, but it's so gargantuan, and then if you shrink it down, the cup that's in front of it gets so damn small. She needs a sundress. She sure do. I don't know if she's ready to go for a jog. In the guest services video she's got on her suit, her skirt suit. But yeah, she must be working out. Got the leggings. In truth, the missus does wear some wild leggings sometimes. I just gave her black because those are always preferable from my perspective. And hey, it's an identical picture to the one in my dressing room. So that must be her. Prior to the point where we all had to start wearing masks. I did load this up with shit, but it all glitched through and fell to the ground, even though I made it static. Or actually, I take that back. No, I could make it static. I had to make it static and then push it in. It still fell through. Little rustic effect with the lobster cage. In truth, we don't catch many lobster. Not here anyways, but we're still waiting. This, I do have I have a line officer sword on my wall at this, pretty much at that location. So that's the closest I can get to that. Very much a nautical theme. There's this bit of a nautical theme in our house, slightly. Oh, thanks, Adama. I, from coming from you, that means the world. Strawn would live here. Uh-oh. You know, the other thing, I'd like to find a clean version of these. I'm not... Everything else is so clean that they really kind of stick out. And I wanted to glitch that in a little more, and probably still will. Unless... No, that was the problem, wasn't it? Now I'd have to go up to the attic and fix some shit. That should not be there. That was me moving that so I could do something with the wall. I suppose I didn't necessarily know I was doing a tour tonight. I just knew that I was going to be jumping in here, but then I decided, well, might as well stream it. This is the boys' room. In reality, it's not here. The layout at this point is a little changed. I started to decorate these shelves. I kind of dropped off, apparently. It's got the Silver Shroud action figure. Back in there. Oh, fuck it. Monkey can stay there. He's got a telescope so he can take a look at that. I think there's a tugboat that's sinking out there. Who doesn't enjoy watching that? Oh shit, I shouldn't need to use the Pip-Boy light. Use this light. But you know, I had a mod at one point that had a clean texture of these switches. I suppose it's a matter of hunting around for one again. These I need to stock with... I don't need to stock with towels, but I kind of want to. Kind of like a linen closet. And, the quote-unquote bastard bedroom, which is still pretty modest, pretty small. I thought I had a TV in this corner. I must have gotten rid of it. Yeah, I did. And honestly, that wall could use a painting. If you ask me. What you watching? Oh, stimulus package update. Awesome. Hey, by the way, honey, I finally put a link to my PayPal in the description. So you don't care. Let's check out the attic is pretty much worthless. Well, it's not worthless. It actually plays an important part. Oh, that's right. I put in this extra ceiling. So, I mean, you can see a conduit going from the basement fuse box up here. Now all the conduits are buried under this false floor. Oh, I guess they're not all buried, are they? But so as you can imagine, without this floor here, it's just a ton of not a ton, but several conduits going around, hoping to serve those light switches, stuff like that. I suppose if I wanted, I'd fill this place with boxes, but it doesn't matter. Especially you got a basement. Why put so much shit in the attic? I don't like this. This was kind of like a rush job, and I just never finished. Like, somehow I imagine my son would end up in there. He'd turn that into some kind of freaking clubhouse. So I'm not fond of it. I'd like to wall it off eventually. Don't think I like this either. Way too clean when compared to the surrounding stuff. I do kind of like this. What was this? Was this a water filter or something? I think so. That I just kind of wanted to turn into a hot water tank. Yeah, I don't like that at all. You know, but then again, maybe it's a new item. Maybe the other stuff has been around since the house was built, and we just had that other piece installed, whatever the hell it is. Down here, honestly, not a lot going on. I wrestled with that glitch into the wall, and ultimately I thought, yeah, why not? Let it do it. This room's little more barren than I like. Obviously, it's just one big room. We just put curtains in. I had thoughts about what I would do in here. Maybe put some couches and a TV. Maybe make it a little smoking room. But then I thought, nah, you're smoking outside, dude. You know, Billy's old crib. Looks like he kicked the shit out of it at some point. Excuse me. Laundry, of course. Guess I never did turn on the lights, did I? Oh well. Obviously, people see shelves like that, and they already know what's up. So again, my character is not a big fan of the giant vaults that Fallout is so based upon. Nor is he he's probably a bigger fan of the, oh, how could the name escape me? God, what are those called? Oh, Pulowski. He's probably a bigger fan of the Pulowski shelters, to be honest. Is somebody down here? Okay, no. Let's say, that would kill any immersion to have somebody already in. You know, so obviously this shelter was just built into a pre-existing area where there was a pipe that obviously is not being used anymore. I mean, clearly. Especially if it's a water pipe, which I think it must have been. Going all the way down to this vault-style door. As for the vault-style door, it's just kind of... It's not the way out, that's for sure. And I truly don't want it associated with Vault-Tec. I just assumed that the technology... There you go. You see what it is. You know, the only thing meant to go through there was water. So truly it's just a way for him to get air. However, obviously, you might say to yourself, well, why the hell would you want to get air in a Fallout shelter? Well, I don't know. But obviously, that wasn't the initial intent. The intent was drainage. But I could see him using it. You know, you get lazy. You long to see the outdoors, or you've just got a bucket full of fecal matter that you would like to dispose of. So there you go. That's one way to do it. It's not wholly stocked, but I don't think the end of the world is right around the corner. You know, I don't think the bombs are gonna fall for a few more years, right? It's a bunk bed, which kind of indicates maybe we didn't have a child yet when we went for this. So yeah, yeah, that's right. These work. I've only got 3 cameras. I didn't really want cameras inside the house. Yes, I saw the notification for the PM. Oh yeah, yeah, Strom. I like the clock there. That's a good idea. That's a great idea. It's my way of spying back on my neighbor. I mean, it's kind of like war with those people. What can I say? If you have to come down here for the rest of your days, it's at least a way to look at the above world. That's the only 3 cameras. Again, I just didn't see a purpose for having cameras inside the house. It seemed more like a security thing than anything else. Great in most builds. You're right. Great in most builds, but if you're doing anything pre-war, that's where they kind of serve as a bit of a Achilles heel, I guess, or an eyesore, I guess would be a better way of putting it. You know, considered putting some stuff in this hallway, and probably still will, because I would think he could wheel stuff into here, and supplies for the future. But then obviously he's not going to wheel them down those stairs, uh, so they'd probably sit here until he got the motivation to actually carry him downstairs. In other words, he's not ready. He's not ready for the bombs to fall, but he is perhaps more ready than some folks. Um, I also have this thought in my head, especially if he is a celebrity and he has a show. Um, the big companies that are trying to provide, well, that are on the surface trying to provide vaults for people, they're not fond of a celebrity that doesn't subscribe to the vaults, especially the people building the vaults have government contracts and whatnot. To that extent, I would think that inspectors want to see his vault. The people building the main vaults want to make sure there's no intellectual property being used in his personal vault. I would imagine that he just gets harassed for building a damn vault. Then again, they don't have to know, but if he's got a talk show, I imagine he talks about it. None of that will really fall into the late stream that I can imagine, because after all, well, I'll probably be talking more about real life and stuff and not necessarily Fallout. Well, I I gotta say, I think that's the tour. The tour of the house, anyways. One more outside look without the guy on the roof. Looks all right at night too. I gotta say, the living room's a little dimmer than I'd like, but it does have some light. Shit, man, the neighbors can see my wife right through the windows. I'm not fond of that either. That's what boxes are for. Yes, indeed, indeed. Pulowskis are sweet, and they're yeah. I you know, I've seen so much said about the Pulaski shelters. Um, a horrible business scheme was one notion that's put forward. The guy's head just popped up over the roof there. Almost looks like a chimney. Um, I could, I guess the point that you would only put money into these things to get inside these little one-person shelters in the event of bombs falling. So how are they making any revenue prior to that? And like, I get that argument, but I think part of the in my mind part of the joke is like, what if you just need to get away for half an hour? What if you're with a group of friends and you're just like, you people are bugging the shit out of me, or the family is just getting to be too much. So yeah, shit, get inside a Pulowski shelter. Just stay in there for an hour or two. The bombs don't have to be falling. Just get in there. Lock the damn door. Let's say somebody's about to assault you on the street. Get inside a Pulowski. The question remains, can you lock the doors from the interior? I don't think that's something Bethesda ever wanted to answer. Uh, for all practical sakes, no, you can't, but I like to think that you can. As you can see, it all comes to an end right there. Although I do have the street lights remaining, because at least from the yard, from the front door is really all I was concerned about. Probably looks better at night to see the same thing down there. They just kind of go on. And honestly, I like the fact that you can see the containers down there, because that could be pre-war, to be honest. From this vantage point, you can't really be sure what it is, other than just storage. About the only change I would make is getting rid of this particular boulder, because you can't see it. Then again, at night, it's not so evident. Anyhow, get back to the theater, or better yet, I'll get to wardrobe. What am I doing? There we go. Well, shit. You know what? Some people have seen wardrobe. Let's check out the arcade and green room. Just the same room. Hey, Dawn. Good to see you. What does this set look like from the outside? Alrighty, Adama. Be well, my friend. This set. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. I guess I didn't totally show you. I should have jumped off the thing. Essentially, it's all built up on what do you call those, foundation pieces. So it's very it's tricky with NPCs, because it's the same thing here. I mean, almost everything looks horrible from the outside, because it all is just what I guess somebody into business would just say movie magic. Because truly, this portion that we're going into would be in the basement of the theater, and not in a whole different settlement. But again, that's just for lag. This kind of bothers me, but oh well. Put a rug on top of it and it just bleeds through. I forgot I did that. I haven't been here for a minute. Again, this is the green room. Which is also an arcade. Pulley and rope is what's needed. You're right, to get things down there. Yeah. Down to the fallout shelter. It's the taxpayer money. What Pulowski is. Yeah. Yeah, there are some items from Fallout 3. So, what did I use? It was, had to be Creation Club. Yeah. The Capital Wasteland bit. So, I'll tell you what, I went and redid that stuff. Why not? I love seeing why not on a bar. Or rather, in a bar, in an arcade, in any kind of fun place. The why not sign always gets a grin out of me. But yeah, for instance, in the theater, the wastebaskets are from Fallout 3. It just they match so damn well with the noir stuff. I'll inevitably end up there again. Obviously, those are mannequins in front of the arcade machines. Now, I thought if I did a late stream episode and nothing, well, you know, I didn't have much content going on, I could come in here and play a game. I don't ever foresee me playing Grognak because that could just go on for a while. But she needs an outfit. But coming in here and playing a game, I could kind of see. There's a rough job on an arcade machine. Real rough. Very rudimentary. Same with these games. This is, as you can see, it's the Overseer game. You know? What are the chances of you being an Overseer of a vault? So, you get to play one right here. I guess. I don't know. It's just a hodgepodge of shit, to be honest. So we play a game. I'm still not sure how this will work, but I can put the high score here. And I guess I have to put the name of the game up there too, I suppose. Oh yeah, the streetlights, Strawn. The streetlights back at the residence were Fallout 3. Yep, why not? Of course, we got a light glitched in there because those things are never bright enough. This is kind of like the high score grand prize, I suppose. Or if you're in a cult, it's something we worship. We gather here at 3 o'clock a.m. on the dot. We kneel down before it and we give homage. It's weird. It's weird, but I mean, you know, got our own religions. Respect that. Really? Oh, I see. Suppose I don't need to climb the stairs to get out of there. Hey, Ghosty, how are you? Doing great, fantastic, and amazing. All three, in fact. All three. So again, just to reiterate, this is, you know, from the outside, it looks like shit. In fact, you can see right through those walls. Just real, you know, one might look at that and just think how freaking bizarre. But I don't think it's too high a bar, understanding wise, to see why I'm doing it that way. You know, if it's not going to be filmed, then it doesn't matter, kind of deal. Hair and makeup. Suppose I can revisit that. Then I'll end up in wardrobe. Thank you. Again, coming from you, Adama, that's... You make me feel good. Because I am not an accomplished builder in this game, to be honest. But this was definitely a build where it's like I knew what I wanted. So again, from the exterior, this section just doesn't look right. This would be upstairs in the theater. This is a faux room to the right. It has only a behind the scenes purpose. You know what I'm saying? So I guess the grass doesn't matter, but it's got your chem station and shit that I needed to work with this room. Which is not a room that will ever really show up on the program, but if you've seen the guest services video in my Discord, you know why this room exists, that when I have a guest on the program, this is kind of handy in terms of showing people what haircuts are available to them through an assortment of wigs, and also a variety of colors that are available to them. My only regret, and something that I may address, is I might number these, because it is dawning on me how difficult it will be for somebody. Gee, I don't know. I'm thinking, like, you want that haircut, right? And then you go watch that video, and it's kind of like, okay, so, you know when you first come in the door, If you were to look to the left, and it's a black haircut, and I want to say it's the seventh or eighth one down. It's in between a blonde one. You know what I'm saying? It'd be a lot easier to say, like, I would like haircut number 48. So that is something I will come back and do. And so obviously that is the entire point of this. And I could have gone about it in a number of ways, very rudimentary ways, but I decided why not just go ahead and craft a hair and makeup area, because certainly they would have that on a talk show. It's weird that she doesn't have an outfit. I wonder what happened with that. It was probably a mod, because she sure did. She definitely did. Yeah, it's probably a mod that I went ahead and uninstalled, because I have been doing a bit of that. So I don't know. I'll give her something new. In fact, I might have something on me. After all, I haven't done anything that would make me not want to save. What if I have one of the Fallout 3? Yeah. Yeah, it works. For now, anyways. It's certainly not formal. Added some greenery out there. Just, again, kind of reinforce the idea. Oh, dear. Reinforce the idea that it's pre-war. Yep, show me it again. Let's scrutinize. Yep, there's a leaf coming through. I don't like that. Oh well, that's a simple fix. Yes. Thanks, Don. Hey, speaking of which, and this decoration is tricky too. I agree. Yeah, it is. It's tricky and it can be kind of taxing. I hate to say it. It sounds so trite or sounds so strange to say that decorating can be taxing, but it goes back to, like, say, that attic in my residence. You know, like I said, all I would do was fill it with boxes, but I didn't have the heart to do it, and that's where I guess I say maybe taxing isn't the right word, just monotonous. Uh, when you know you're not going to spend much time up there, and it's kind of like, obviously the intent of the attic in that house was just wiring and stuff. But then it's like, well, if it's going to be an attic, I should put an old Christmas tree up there. I should put some boxes. Maybe that exercise equipment that we never got around to using. But then it's like, God, really? If I go up to that attic as much as I do my real attic, well, then it's essentially going to be once a year, twice a year, something like that. Okay, so wardrobe and laundry. This is the most practical room. Oh shit, that's leftovers. Those normally would not be here. You know what? If you'll bear with me, I'll just keep it focused on the wardrobe stuff for a second. I'm gonna step away and grab a smoke real quick. Dawn, what I want to ask Dawn is, would you be willing to be a guest on the show? And the same, I want to pose the same question to Adama. And frankly, following Caspa's advice, Ghosty, and Black Badger, you know, same question. Would you be interested in being a guest? And uh, to kind of expand on that, all the guest would be is, like, we would bullshit, not necessarily about Fallout. Certainly not about Fallout, unless that's what you wanted to talk about. We could talk about Sea of Thieves. We could talk about our personal lives. We could talk about marriage, addiction, death, birth. Talk about whatever the hell we want to talk about. Talk about what you're doing on YouTube, what games you're playing, really whatever, anything under the sun. But I'm looking for guests. I do have a couple lined up, so this isn't something that's right around the corner. Yes, the first guest is going to be right around the corner. It's probably a week away. But your appearance, if you were to accept, wouldn't necessarily be right around the corner. Might not be until closer to Christmas or something like that. But would you consider it? And even if you'd consider it, based on that, would you be willing to do some costume stuff with me? That is to say, I need to figure out what your character would be wearing and stuff like that. It'd be think about it more on that in a second. Could make it into the kids' playroom. Yes, this is true. And then I'll show you the gas. In fact, I could let me post on the gas mask varieties. Although to get them all, I'll give you a better close up here in a second. But that is them. Um, there are quite a few. Now, unfortunately for you and myself, and Strawn, you know this. Tentatively, the gas masks have already been chosen. I think you are wearing a Ventana gas mask, which is number 10. It's a very slight one, which I liked it for your character because there was no clipping going through the top hat. The only thing I didn't like is the filter is so petite, for lack of a better word. Not to say I wanted a gargantuan one like that. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but um, something a little somewhere in between. And my mask is very much bug-like. I was kind of thinking of there's a movie called Wizards, a cartoon from 1977 that I had in mind when I was looking at it. Anyhow, I will be right back. Casper, good to see you, my friend. Oh, having Casper in. Casper, if you're gonna be around for a few minutes, I'd love to show you some wardrobe options and see if I can pin some down for you. Um, if not, it's understandable, but good to see you. Can you show us the other Merc outfits on those mannequins? Yes, I can do that too. Sweet, Adama's in. Hell yes. Okay, I will be right back. I'm gonna go do a little jig. Okay, Also, it bears repeating. Going back to the stuff that I said at the top of this. Discord is open if anybody feels like jumping in, shooting the shit. It's Saturday night. I've got no qualms with that. In fact, I encourage it. Let's put these outfits on these guys. Let's not shoot them. Let's not do that. Not playing Sea of Thieves auto. Although Sea of Thieves, we'll probably have some Sea of Thieves clips in here eventually. It's Mercenary Veteran. Let's get the light on. It's not great lighting. Must be nighttime outside. I do hate how that bleeds in to the interior. It's the DJ's outfit. I mean, I know it's Three Dogs' outfit. Oh. So it's very similar to that, except it's got the t-shirt happening. And I do strongly encourage people to go the formal route when being guests. But I'll tell you right off the bat, my first guest has already specified that they're not going formal, and there's no demand that you do go formal. If you're familiar with the clothing in Fallout 4, pick what you want. What I've tried to do is show you most of the modded options that I brought in. A lot of these suits come from mods. Not all of them, but a lot of them do. And so I wanted to show people options that aren't available in the vanilla game, and also formal options, especially for people that don't play Fallout. Just to give them some very basic options, you know? I mean, someone might just say, shit, I'll go formal. I'd prefer a blue suit, and so we've got options for that, or whatever. Caged Mercenary. Boy, these are all very similar. Too similar for my liking, to be honest. I'm not saying it's lazy, but that one, that's kind of sharp. In a way, it's got human teeth on it. That'd be an interesting guest. Did we already do that one? Yeah. Well, gee, it's a troublemaker outfit. It's a little different. Of course, I remember all these from Fallout 3. It's the helmet. Frankly, it looks like a police officer's helmet, to be honest. A motorcycle cop's helmet. Mercenary Charmer. Oh, shit, yeah, I remember that one. Because that sticks out quite a bit. Hey, he doesn't want to get the nads damaged. There's also the dress, but I think I have one of those, hanging up, man. So many of these are freaking just minor variations. Oh, yeah, there's Talon Company shit. So, I mean, yeah, it's... you know, clearly, yeah, they're nods to... like the blue suit on Rack 2. I do, too. This one right here, that is a nice suit, and that is from a mod. I think it's a twill. Yeah, it's a twill suit. But there is a variation of the vanilla suit. But this one has... this one's got the 3 buttons, which I kind of like. I think all of them keep that lower button unbuttoned, which is, you know, that's the fashion even now, and has been for a long time. So I'm glad you mentioned Rack 2. As you can see, each rack is numbered. 3 and 4 are female outfits, but female guests aren't. You know, they can wear the suits. And yes, a guy could wear a dress if he wants to. Just, you can be damn sure I'm going to make fun of you when you come on the show. This, I believe this is the tux that both myself and Strong are wearing tuxes as it stands. It might change, especially as I get this guest stuff knocked out. I might go back to the vanilla footage and do some alterations. These suits, that's the band is wearing that, so I should warn people of that right off the bat. That if A and B appeal to you, just know that other people are wearing them. I mean, shit. If you choose A, the man sitting to your right during the interview is wearing the exact same suit. So I don't know if you'd want to go for that. C is that's more of a 19th century suit, and frankly, it's a little dirty. That again, it doesn't matter. You can wear gloves. I should point that out. And D is a very traditional tuxedo. I almost feel like I should pull it off the rack, but uh, I don't really need to. I think it's going to have two buttons, black bow tie or white shirt. Red suits. Sadly, I think I've only got one red suit on the rack. This one's kind of interesting. It's a three-piece suit, but what stands out to me about it is the pocket watch. I want to say it's the only suit of its kind that's got a pocket watch. I also like the shoes. That's pretty sharp. Um, and despite being a variation on the two suits behind it, it doesn't have the wrinkles, which I kind of like. I want to say that one's from a mod as well. 1, 6, and 27. Let me double back there real quick. I do like 1. 1 is very much a vanilla one, but it's got a black dye on it. 6. 6 is interesting. And the thing about 6 is I can change the color of that filter. Although to be blunt, I think I've only got 4 options, and most of them are camo. There might be a blue option, which sort of looks good with the mask. A lot of these are based off of, so that's a PMK-1 gas mask. So, a lot of them are based on real gas masks, obviously. I couldn't tell you anything about that particular mask or what country or time period it was used in. Let me get down to 27 and 24. 24 is pretty wild. Pretty wild indeed. It's got graffiti on it. I forget. Yeah, it doesn't really say what type of gas mask it would be in real life. But it's got an interesting look to it, even without the graffiti on it. And I want to say that I have. Oh, maybe not. I was going to say, I want to say that there is an all-black version of that, but, perhaps not. I think the closest. No, I was going to say the Ventana one is the closest, but it's not. The goggles are very different. And 27 down here at the end. Again, it's a bit of the vanilla one, very grungy. Got the olive drab going. I'm just waiting for somebody to pick that one. Or the elephant, or there's one gas mask that I very much enjoy that I haven't added to the mix yet. I can go craft it and throw it on there. In fact, I'd be tempted to take one of the more obnoxious ones off, maybe the sack hood one, and put it there in its place. It's another traditional style one. Anyways, before I do that, let's get back to the suits. I'll just kind of run down in Adama or Casey or stand by. Let me see. Dawn gives her blessing. Dawn, if you see any gas mask, suit, dress, whatever that sticks out, I have a pad of paper right here. I will jot down. I don't have a pen. I need to get the pen. I will jot down which ones. If you'd be so kind, if something sticks out, for your guest appearance, let me know. Or if you have a few different options, that's why I had this set up. A couple of the guests so far have kind of steered me in the right direction, and I've taken that and dressed the mannequins. For one of them, it was female mannequins. For the last one, obviously, I was using males that I never took down. To give them more specific options and show them the mask and the suit on a mannequin. So that's kind of helped. But I'd love to solve some of this stuff. Right here in the stream would be awesome. Um, I was on this suit, which again, the notable part is the pocket watch and the lack of wrinkles. Now, whereas this one does have a flower, it looks like a dead flower, to be honest. Um, yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not too fond of these of F and G. Fucking new guy. I'm not a yeah. They don't have the pocket watch. They are wrinkled. Someone might like them. I think the difference is a red tie. I know it's hard to make out in this lighting. Um, and a blue tie. Then we get to suits that are variations of the vanilla suits. However, they are from a mod as well, because they're cleaner. They're cleaner, and they're variation tie wise, I believe. So here we got a blue tie on a charcoal suit. It's two buttons, brown shoes. You ever feel like the world's a tuxedo and you're a brown pair of shoes? Tie clip, of course. This one definitely sticks out. Uh, Gotta say, I kind of like it. The brown obviously goes with the red there. I'll leave it on there. Red tie as well. C is Cabot's suit. Yep. Yeah, it is. And I wish I could get you a better shot of the tie without pulling it down from the rack. Well, I might do that. Well, you know Adama, right? I am looking to do it. I don't know. I don't know what the frequency of the programs will be. Ideally, I'd like to say once a week, but it might end up being once every 2 weeks or something like that. It depends on how much work ends up going into it. Again, that said, the I mean, I'm not kidding when I say 90% of the work is done. The only thing remaining is the guest stuff. Is getting the wardrobe down for the guests. Each show will only have one guest, so even that gives me a little breathing room. Um, Essentially, as soon as I know a guest is coming up, I film them seated next to me and get several different shots, and I loop it so we could talk for hours if we wanted. I don't think I would do that, but for a substantial amount of time. Um, I don't know where I was going with that. Apologies. Yeah, Lorenzo. You're right. It is. That's the name of it, right? Yep, Lorenzo suit. Yeah, that'd be awesome. So, okay, you know what? Let me grab that pen. Let me grab the pen. Want to make a statement with the outfit? Oh, I might have an outfit for it. A few of them. Okay. Please accept my apologies on that. Um, so I'm gonna put 1C down for Adama. I know it's not necessarily set in stone, but as it stands, that's one of your options. We close shopping like it's 2077. I'd like to see suit 2A and mass 27 on a dummy. Okay. What is that? Twill blue. I ought to dump the rest of this stuff out of my inventory. 27, where are you at? What do I have? That's more options. Gas mask, or purge mask, half mask. Oh shit, what was it called? Oh no, it was gas mask with goggles. This is why I need to... You know what, let me do us all a favor and make sure it's daylight. Because the lighting does bleed right into your interiors. There we go. Yeah, right there. You got hats over here too. In fact, one hat that stands out with that blue suit. I want to say this is like a Trilby hat, and that's the vanilla Trilby hat. Obviously, this one's in much better shape. But it's blue. And I think it's the only blue hat that I was able to find, and I think I got it from a mod. That's not blue, is it? No, it's kind of a gray. The other thing I hate, that's the boater hat, and it doesn't look like that. It looks exactly like a boater hat, but when you set it down, when you're not wearing it, it looks like a top hat, which is silly, but... Okay, I will, Well, and, you know, Strawn might be helping you with that too, unless Strawn intends to appear as a guest at some point. Then he might be. That might be what he's angling for here. Although to be honest, right out the gate, if I was ever to have a guest host, Strawn is. Spoiler alert: Strawn's the announcer. I know some of you already knew that. He would certainly have dibs on that. Shit, yeah, I gotta empty out my inventory. And so if he did that, I would have to refilm a bunch, not refilm, but I would have to film some stuff for it, or not have to. That makes it sound like a burden. So that would definitely give him an opportunity to change up his attire. Oh shit! Did I just take something out? Okay, I think I just dump everything in here except for what I'm wearing. Oh, can't. I hate the shit that you can't drop. The Captain Cosmos rifle you can't drop, which is stupid because it's got weight to it. Let's keep running through these. I think, I got through the three-piece suits. I was on the red one. I think the red one's sharp too, Strawn. If you want to make a statement, well, yeah, you should wear a pack outfit. Yeah, boater hats are awesome. Message received, by the way. You know, it's, there are special Oh, that's a brown suit. Which I think is kind of, I don't know if it's uncommon or not yet. Definitely matches the brown shoes, got the red tie going. I assume there's a handkerchief, and I assume it's white. Here you got charcoal. Same with the tie. Yeah, they're all going to be white handkerchiefs on these suits. Black shoes, actually. Or, well, charcoal to be fair. Now, there's the other blue suit. Now this one is 2 buttons, whereas that one up there, the twill suit, is 3. I mean, no lie, this is a sharp suit, but the twill one is much sharper, and I don't know why that is. It just I think the material looks better. I guess I like the 3 buttons better. I like these 2 suits a lot, and I don't know how well this shows up on YouTube, but they are pinstripe suits. 3 button, black shoes for once. We're not sporting the brown shoes. Interesting tie, definitely like a 1940s looking tie. White handkerchief. And this one as well. Also, boy, that's kind of a flashy tie, but brown pinstripe, black shoes though. This suit. Yes, some of you New Vegas fans will recognize this suit. Obviously, this comes from a mod. Obviously, it's gaudy as hell. but yeah, that one sticks out for sure. Black tie, white kerchief, silver tie clip, 2 button. I think those are black or charcoal shoes, anyways. This is where we just get kind of silly. Somebody really loves the Vault-Tec company. And honestly, those pants flare out more than many of the rest. I'm not fond of that, but I think I was looking for more sweater vests. Because I was getting into the sweater vest area. Now these, I kind of like. Obviously here we're looking a little more casual. But boy, are those spats? Those aren't spats, are they? So yeah, you got that, and the one behind it, which is, now there's a vanilla sweater vest, outfit that's similar to this. Similar vest, similar sweater, I should say, but this is definitely different. It's pleated pants, black, whereas these ones are a little, well, maybe this is, no, they are a little lighter. This is very similar to pee. I don't mean urine, except for obviously we're going with gray pants instead. This is just a retexture of one of the vanilla sweater vest outfits. I chose it because they went ahead and made the shoes black, very shiny, and they called the sweater vest black, but it's definitely more of a gray, or maybe. Okay, here we go. This is aisle 2. I think we'll start at the beginning. Yes, there were some crazy ones there at the back, but let me catch up on chat, and we'll head down here, and then we'll get to the women's clothing. You know what? Strangely, UCO is one that I've stayed away from this time. Gray Trilby. I think I could find that. There's... Is that... Because I know it's not a retexture of that. I can find it for sure. That's not it. No, that's Silver Shroud hat, isn't it? And there are other hats. I gotta figure out a way to do this. For instance, I have some cowboy hats, and that might not appeal to anybody, but like I have a white cowboy hat, a black cowboy hat, and they're nice hats. Problem is, if you're not wearing them, they show up like that pirate hat up there. There was another hat there that I took down. I never put up. I think it was a ship captain's hat, like, a classic, like, white, although dirty, ship captain's hat. But yeah, I can find a gray Trilby hat for sure to go with that. Now these are kind of nice too. There's some retextures of the boy, and I don't even know if those are retextures. Those just look like totally redone versions of the Newsboy cap. Which, especially at a distance, I mean, the black one looks very sharp. I suppose they all kind of do. The brown one still looks a little dingy from a distance. But when you consider that's what it came from, I mean, that one's dingy as hell. Anyhow. Blue Twill, which... all of these Twill suits stick out to me in terms of being nice suits. because even at a close-up, you can see the texture, which is, I love that. This is going to be 3-button, light gray, black shoes, kind of a black tie. Always going with the white kerchiefs, I guess. This one's very interesting, just because, I mean, look at that shirt. You got the blue stripes. It's a red tie. But I like that really light tan that's going on there. I believe those are brown shoes. And black with a very dark tie. I mean, to me, that kind of screams like very basic, but also very sharp. You know, sometimes basic just does it. Now this, I don't think this is a twill suit. Pretty sure it's not. I want to say that's a herringbone suit, which is also from a mod. Got kind of a white and black tie with some flowers on it, 3 buttons. It may seem a little difficult to tell the difference, but when you get close and see the texture of it, you do see the difference between the herringbone and the twill. It might be the only herringbone suit we've got. And then we get to, and that's E. Sorry if I'm not showing the letters there. And then we're getting a little more casual. A little bit. I mean, the shoes make up for it, right? I'm not going to say much about these ones. I do kind of wish they had pocket watches with them. These two are sporting the same tie. Well, they're all sporting the same tie, aren't they? I think this is from Fallout 3. Pretty sure it is. Or New Vegas. Maybe it was from New Vegas. I can't quite recall. It's a park stroller outfit or something like that. This is a retexture of it. A little more dingy. Definitely denim. This is sharp. This is different. In fact, so much so that let's throw it on the mannequin up there. There. Nope. No, Otto. Just because, I mean, yes, it's a leather jacket, but it's also dress slacks and some fancy shoes. Minus the tie. It's just interesting. It's a little different than the rest. Primarily because of the leather jacket. Obviously, there's no stupid logo. Not to say logos are stupid, but there's nothing like that on the back of it. Now, this one behind it is straight out of Eddie Haskell's wardrobe. Kinda interesting. Digging the vest, no jacket section. Oh. Yeah, F, G, and H. G is definitely, all black. F, you got the pinstripe. Is that coming from that suit? No, it's a whole new pinstripe, a gray pinstripe. And the brown is, well, it's brown, isn't it? They've foregone the fancy shoes with the brown. But yeah, and we're definitely getting even more casual as we go back, until we just get to the more wild stuff. Here's that. What can I say about it? It's got a Western feel to it, slightly Western. We'll get more Western as we go back. Then we're getting back into the 1920s through 40s suits that, not suits, but obviously came from the same mod. Going with the suspenders and tie with that one. With those spats, yep. Very similar outfit without the tie. In fact, same suspenders, whole 9 yards there. And black, different suspenders there. Then there's this. You got a jacket like what, Don, back here? This guy? Or do you mean K? Do you mean the leather jacket? This is interesting. This is like, it reminds me of LA Noir. When you're getting the more sporty suits. What is that called anyways? Two-tone suit. Red and white. Unfortunately, I think that's the only option they gave me. Different shoes on that too. I mean, it is the spats, but just a different color. Then you've got the 10-penny suit. I don't know. It's got cavalry boots, white, slightly dirty slacks, big old tie. I forget what you call those ties. It's not an ascot, but definitely looking at 19th century there. These ones, I apologize. The S is so hard to see here. Knickerbockers, huh? Look at that, a hidden option that I essentially probably tried to hide because I was like, nah, I don't know. Maybe someone would want to wear that, but let's pull that dark preacher outfit off. Now this is definitely what do we? Yeah, this is the Josie Wales outfit, herringbone suit. So yeah, I pulled down all the knickerbockers because I just assumed. I make assumptions. Apologies for that. This was obviously a Western outfit. Even has a gun belt. But say you sport that with the black cowboy hat, you got something there. Maybe black gloves or something like that. Maybe pink gloves if you just want to be wearing. What was in there? Oh, clean charcoal suit. I think I've got that up over here somewhere. With a red tie. No, I don't. Essentially, all that's going to be, I could show you, but it is this suit right here, H, but with a red tie. And then, yeah, the Josie Wales outfit. United States Cavalry outfit. Didn't really put that there as an option, but anything is game. Anything is an option. I'm going to look at the comments and see how many people are like, ooh, I want the Knickerbocker suit. Oh, good, nobody. I'm kind of glad. Q. Q is something there. Don has the K jacket. Oh yeah, okay. I still like that one. It's fairly unique as far as these go, because yes, there are other leather jackets available that I'm not showcasing because they're just part of the vanilla game, but they're either with torn up jeans or this actually is the one I've seen that actually gets a little bit formal with a leather jacket, which is different. She likes K. Okay. Let me kill two of these male mannequins and throw female mannequins out there. I want to see what that looks like on a female form. Cravat. Q is very Richie Valens. Yeah. Watch the game freeze up now. What am I looking under? I want to say furniture. Display. Armor racks. Female. Put one there. You couldn't tell that I was going for mirrors behind him there. Obviously, you'll never be able to get a reflection in this game, but there it is. The Benny suit. The Benny suit. It's unforgettable. I mean, there it is. You know, it definitely sticks out among these other suits. You know what I wish I had found was an all white suit. That would have been interesting. Where's oh, that's right, it's K. Yeah, looks fine, honestly. Just wanted to make sure it took, you know what I mean? Make sure it wasn't one of those like, nope, this is male only, which you don't really see. Uh, Perhaps with some mods you do, but and yeah, that is from a mod, so I just wanted to double check. So yeah, that's definitely an option, Don. In fact, I'm gonna jot that down as a possibility, although we'll get into the women's apparel here as well. It is a good announcer suit. I mean, as it stands, Strawn and I are so damn formal. You know, I put him in the tailcoat because he went with a top hat, and then I went with a tux as well. And there are times, especially I'll be watching a clip. You know, I watch Johnny Carson a lot, despite the fact that he's gone. I do watch him. And there's just so many times where I watch in the last few weeks where I've watched and I thought like, God, I should just be wearing a suit. I shouldn't be wearing a tux. Dude only wore a tux on like an anniversary show or something. Hell, Ed never wore a tux. Well, no, he did on anniversary shows, but but that's what we got for the first few episodes, anyways. Just the two tuxes. Now the band, I think the band is pretty much stuck with that white jacket, just because it just works. And the band leader, Hefty Satchel, he wears a boater hat, which is the only way to distinguish him from the others since they all wear the same gas mask. These are interesting, I should say. Definitely formal. There is a black one as well that's not on display. It's the one that Systematic is wearing in the guest services video. So you got a blue pinstripe, a brown belt. They're all wearing hose. They're all wearing leggings, hose, I guess. Well, I don't know what they are. So you got pinstripe. I can see that they're bleeding through. I don't believe that will happen with an actual person wearing them. Light blue one, it's kind of nice. I want to say that's a brown belt. Gray. and tan. I think all those belts are brown. With the black one, the belt is black as well. Oh, those are capris. Doc Sevron's stained glass suit. Is that in the vanilla game or is that in one of the DLCs? Because I could bring that up. I've got the cheat terminal, so I can bring that up. Let me clear my throat real quick. see what let me see what Q is. Casey should wear Q. Yeah, yeah. That would stick out. It's one of a kind. I can say that. There's no color variance on that one. I also might add, like, this suitcase has our first guest outfit in it because that's been decided, and this one has our second. So I'm just going to continue down the line. Once I figure it out, I'm just prearranging those so they're very handy. Um, these slacks outfits, all of these are unisex, but most of the guys that I know aren't going to be wearing the dresses. But I do want the guys to consider these. If a male chooses this outfit, it's not going to be capris. It'll go all the way down. Um, I do want to say if a male chooses these outfits, the pants still ride very high, as would be the style at what, in the 40s, maybe the 30s. I don't know. But there we're just talking yellow shirt, red slacks. So very casual. But I would say especially this particular portion is fairly unisex. We got the blue striped blouse or shirt, brown shoes. This reminds me reminds me of the. It might be the same jacket that we're seeing over there. In fact, I think it is the same outfit, just a different color slacks or slack. This is nude, so if any of you want to appear nude, no. I don't know. I gotta get that filled. Just haven't found one yet. These are the sweater vest outfits, but a female version. We've got the one that I got from a mod that gives you that dark gray, and then the basic one. This is the vanilla outfit. The only difference is a mod changed it into a female outfit. The dresses, it's like I have a love-hate thing going on with the dresses. I'm not sure I like that cut, but whatever. Or the buttons down that low. This is a little grungy. In fact, it even has a flask. This is definitely. Oh, what pack did this come with? I want to say Capital Wasteland, so this is a nod back to Fallout 3. What can I say? It's got fishnets. It's got torn fishnets. Fingerless gloves. Black blouse, black jacket. There is no male variant of this. A male wearing this would be wearing a skirt and fishnets as well. So Casey, that might be something to consider. No, I do think that this one would be best left for a female guest. Look, I've always kind of liked that outfit though, in terms of Fallout outfits. Golfers, hey, Quick Smoke, good to see you, my friend. Let me do some catching up here. So Doc Severn, oh Doc Severinsen. That's what you meant to say there, right, Doc Severinsen? Oh shit, that guy had some outfits. There is a top hat strawn. It's Oswald's hat, and now actually, shit, I can show you. Let me show you what we have. Tentatively meaning I don't mean this could change before the opening episodes. I mean this is what the announcer is wearing. Strawn already knows this. He's seen it. I'll show you his outfit for the first few episodes. So what was it? Ventana mask. And yeah, he has a top hat. Do I have to craft that? I think I do. Let me do that real quick. It's I need a formal hat to do it. So we'll go into Cheat Terminal and give ourselves a formal hat. And then a mod will switch it into a top hat. Which, honestly, I think it is from the Magician's Hat. It might be a retexture of that. Pre-war Where would that be? Dapper? Maybe? Formal hat? I don't know what else I need. It might ask me to get a Braxo cleaner or something. Vintage clothing. It's just, I love this mod, but it, boy, it takes up a lot of space. Is it top hat or is it black top hat? I've already passed it. Nope, there it is. As you could probably see in vintage clothing, there's trench coats, but I hate to say this, I hate to deprive you of options, but you wouldn't wear, you wouldn't wear a trench coat or an overcoat indoors on a. I'm sorry, that's just how I feel. So there's me and Strawn, as far as our first few episodes go. So yeah, you got a nice top hat. A little clipping, but it's very hard to discern, and you'll probably, certainly, no, you won't see the back of his head, so. Anyway, let's at least get these back, where they belong. Then I truly need to catch up here. Shit, excuse me, I also should have brought out that other gas mask, which is relatively new. Catch up. It's very sophisticated, Benny's suit. What do the top hats look like on the mannequins? Yeah, so not bad. Not bad. Came to top hat. Yeah, I agree. This is as close you're going to get to Lincoln's top hat, I think. Although, it might even be a little short, despite how tall it is. Then Doc Severinsen. Then welcome to Quick Smoke. Quick Smoke, if you see anything in here that you would like to wear, should you be willing to grace the late stream with your presence at any point, let me know. Or if you already have something in mind from Fallout 4, or if you want to boycott the show, that's fine too. But I'd love to have you on. Let's see. Used to loom over Wasteland. Yeah, that is one thing. Even on the late stream, I guess your character will loom over the host. I mean, shit. It's gonna kick my ass. Casually check chat. Who wears your socks over your pants? There is a fair question. Nuka-Cola gear. That's true. That's true. I did look at some of it. Not so much of it was dingy, so I didn't put it on the rack. Golfers, that's accurate. They're the ones that wear the socks over the. Picture Judah in the grunge girl outfit. I could see that if she wants to wear a skirt. Now, I haven't approached her on an outfit yet. He's talking about Elle there. Yeah, Gardner's, I know, garter belts, or however you say that. Mikey. Swap out mask, 27 and Benny's suit. And maybe mask 6. I've agitated your OCD. This is where I get dressed. There are some pirate outfits. But you know that. I don't have any pirate outfits via mod. Pull Benny's suit off the rack. Just use this one. Said 27. 27 and 6. What's 6? Let's pull 6 first. Not bad, not bad. Again, the filter color can be changed. But again, there's not many options for it. I think there's 3 other options. I think I should pull the, well, no. Casey didn't express interest necessarily in the two-tone red suit, right? Somebody else did on his behalf. So say maybe I should pull that. Now, I mean, that's olive drab, so that matching isn't a concern here. Now, one thing I forgot about, I had thought with these masks you couldn't wear any headgear, and you can't, but you can't have any hairstyle. So, you know, if you have a preference hairstyle-wise, we could still implement that. I had not thought that was an option, but in fact, that is an option. I found that out on accident. Tell you one mask that sticks out to me. What the hell is going on with that one? Okay, let me put Benny's suit back on the rack, and I will casually check chat. Also, get back down to the woman's aisle. We're not quite. I think we stopped there. So we'll look at these ones next. Oh, yeah. No, Hunter's overcoat. That's a good call. That's a good call indeed. Look at him looking right past wardrobe. He's talking to the lady in wardrobe and saying, no, bitch, you have to order this because I know you can get it. Hunter's overcoat is going to be Far Harbor. It's going to be apparel. It's got to be that. Don't worry, I'll hide the top hat. Although... yeah, so kind of a blue overcoat. Some straight up pirate boots. Nice. Bringing a knife on the talk show, that's all right. I mean, you got to be careful. These hosts, they'll eat you alive if you're not careful. Gonna run through this next rack real quick. The top, I don't think it will. Not on 27. What was the other one we pulled? On 6, it will. Most of the stuff on the bottom rack, with the exception of 2, and maybe, well, I think just with the exception of 2, well, and 28, obviously. Most of the stuff on the, so yeah, with those exceptions, everything on the bottom rack will work with a hat. Although I gotta say, number 4 here, which is, what kind of gas mask was that again? M17. I think that's Russian gas mask. I might be wrong. It might be German. I don't know. The only thing about that one is it's such a big gas mask that it tends to clip through a lot of headgear. This one, no. Yeah. Any variation on that will not support a hat, but it will support the wigs, which is strange, but it is what it is, I guess. You know, I gotta get that other gas mask out there so you can see it. Because it's certainly more practical than that Far Harbor. Fuck, what is that guy's name? Oh, this, the Adam, whatever he is. Shit, where would these be? I think these are. It's an NCR mask, but it is. It is also a real mask. That's it. Only thing is, I don't think you can change any colors on this, but it's yeah. Rather than have to decide which one to take down, I'll just put it up here. But the nice thing is, you can wear it with headgear. It's kind of a beige color. But yeah, it supports headgear, wigs, whole 9 yards. I really need to get that on the rack because it's such a standard and kind of just straightforward mask, you know, ahead of the elephant helmet. The helmets, I think I was just running out of options, except this one, the marine one, because it's straight up gas mask. I mean, it works, you know, it absolutely works. Hey, Mao, how are you? It hasn't quite been a million. Yes, that mod conflicts, unfortunately. I tried to use it. It conflicts with some of the mods I have already. It strips all these ones of their color. Like 7, 5, even, yeah, 1, 23, and 27. And that wasn't the full extent of it. It did something else, too. Fuck, I forget what other mask that it affected. Strangely, I want to say it affected number 2, which isn't even a vanilla asset. So I unfortunately couldn't use that because I decided I would much rather have the color variations. I think I've grown attached to that. So that does kind of suck. But doing well, Mal. I hope you have too. You think number 4 is a American Vietnam mask? That could be. M17 does kind of sound American. I don't know, right? I guess that could be anything. I shouldn't say put it that way. PMK1, that does not sound American. I don't know why. I'm just saying it, but it doesn't. PMK just doesn't. Now, those are, yeah, they are real gas masks. I think this one's inspired by a real one too. One of my upcoming guests that are on deck asked about the gas mask. Do we have to wear a mask? Obviously, I'm doing that, like I said earlier, so you can talk without having to do any lip sync. Plus, you know, coronavirus. We all want to wear these gas masks now because they're cooler than just normal face masks. Oh, I wish you good health, Mao. I know. I know my wishes for that don't do a lot for you, but it's true nonetheless. Mass 21 or 20. Oh shit! That's the one. You mean that? He means it. I think. 20's kind of nuts. I like it. They're both very interesting. Let's go with 21 first. This one will not support any hats. Not that that matters. It's not necessarily. At least I don't think it will. No. See, I mean, the reason I chose some of this pack stuff is because it is a gas mask. I mean, you can tell, unless it's a respirator. Nonetheless, I gotta take one off the rack and put that puppy up there. Thought the game just froze for a second. That would be a surprise, huh? This might actually support Edward. Yeah, it does. I knew there'd be clipping, but hell, with the top hat, it's very minor. Not to say, I say you would go with a top hat. It would be interesting on that as a Civil War hat. Which, incidentally, it's kind of goofy, but we've got one. Number 13. Mao, if you do get time and you would like to be on the program, then also feel free to take part in time in terms of doing the shopping with us. Essentially, it's just an interview program. I mean, it's a variety show, so the interview is just a segment of it. But it's whatever you want to talk about. It'll probably be a half hour, maybe 45-minute conversation. If you've ever had this idea where it's like, how can I put this? Where it's like, I know what I want somebody to ask me, but I don't want the audience to know that I wanted them to ask me this. This is a good outlet for it. That you can tell me straight up beforehand. Ask me this, and I will. I won't tell anybody that you told me that. Or if you have a preference in terms of a topic of conversation, we can go after that. So really, everything's on the table. I will not ask gotcha questions. If I ask anything that makes anybody uncomfortable, just say I'd rather not answer that. And if I feel like it's going to be that type of question, I'll let you know ahead of time, and then you won't have to say it on the program. You can just flat out say like, yeah, don't ask me that, please. And so what we're kind of doing here is I'm trying to get at least a couple more guests all set up. I do have 2 set up in these suitcases. But that way, if that day comes, or it's like, hey, I could do the show tonight, then shit, I've already got the footage recorded for it. It's pre-recorded footage of just the 2 of us sitting on the set of the show. At some point before I suspend the stream, I'll get back to the set and give you one more glance at that before I call it a night. Speaking of which, I didn't realize what time it was. I should probably put a fire under it and get through the rest of the woman's apparel. For a briefer, this also might come up. God, I hate to direct anybody to the guest services video because it's already a little outdated. But for a briefer, more straightforward run through of these options, you can check my Discord under booking. There is a video that runs right through this stuff. Although I gotta admit, some of the options are different. Some things have changed since then. And it's kind of a cringeworthy video. Let me look at 13 and 12 real quick. 6 in a top hat would look good. Six will definitely support a top hat. Oh, and there's no clipping. That's kind of nice. Except for the fact that it's clipping through that shelf. Oh, yeah. Let's see, 13. Woo! 13 is a 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 13 I had wondered if anybody would pick up on 13. "13 is an interesting one. I don't know if those are things that inject into the back of one's head. That is something, though. Viking 12. One of the things I like about 12 is it's one of the simpler looking ones that also supports headwear. And I like the white on it. Even on the filters there, you got that little white part. That looks pretty good, to be honest. Let me jot down on my little pad here that the Hunter's long coat for. Are you pretty much decided on that, Mikey? That's what you want to go with? See, 22 is something. 22, yeah. It's got the flower pattern on it. In fact, it's a version of this mask. And there are some other patterns. All of them are very strange, but that one, I don't know why I put that one on display. Strong thinks Mikey should go for 20. I like 20 for him, but I gotta say, what was that last one that he... What's the last one? Yeah, 12. I liked that as well. And not necessarily because it works with headwear. Mikey likes that. Okay, Hunter's overcoat with max 20 and the top hat. You want to go with the top hat? Let's throw that together for one final look. Do I still have the... I think I have the top hat on my person. Keep in mind, got some hats here. So those are vanilla, right? But these are not. These are retextures. A lot of these are from the vintage clothing mod. Not all of them. I wish I had them numbered. That would make it so much easier. So you got fedora style, which you see repeated here in black, in white, in maybe that's brown-ish. That's got to be the Silver Shroud hat. Not sure what that is. Looks like a detective's hat, like Nick Valentine's hat. I have no idea what that lump of shit is in the corner. There's your top hats. That's going to be the one we're seeing before. That's the magician's hat. This is the boater hat, so it doesn't really look like a top hat at all. That's probably a Minuteman hat. Preston Garvey's hat. And then you got these down here. Also, we have a black cowboy hat, a white cowboy hat, the United States Cavalry hat, circa, Civil War, 1860s. And any other hat that comes from the vanilla game. Anyway, let's get this out there. I'm amazed that doesn't clip through. It's just, honestly, it's because of the brim. And again, there's a little clipping in the back, but it doesn't matter. The audience is not going to see the back of the head. Let me jot that down. Tentatively, of course. You could change your mind. Of course, that might change soon, because once I record the footage... So, Hunter's overcoat. What are the numbers? What are the numbers? Mass 20. That's 20. Top hat. Hands off my top hat. That is true. Strahd will be wearing a top hat sitting right next to you during the interview. Something to keep in mind. Definitely ask me more details when... Oh, thank you. I'd love to have you on. Ling, how are you? Welcome aboard. Good to see you. Benny's suit, mask 6, pompadour wig. So Strahd, when he's either a guest or he's guest hosting, because I love that idea. So let me jot this down. Benny's mask 6. Pompadour wig. That's an easy one. Let me put that up real quick. Pull Benny's suit off the rack. Benny's suit. Honestly, I better put this mask back before I forget where it's at. If I do that, people are just gonna... It's gonna be all mixed up when we be like, that's not the mask I chose. That's because my dumb ass put it in the wrong place. Would you say 6? Could craft a pompadour, but you know what? I'll do it just to see. Wigs. I think they're in alphabetical. Pompadour. Black pompadour. I'll stand by. Space outfit with 11. Like, if, I can look at it. First time I've seen you, and I appreciate you coming by. This is for guest on the, on a kind of a, it's gonna be like a late night show, but stick around and one never knows. We could put you in for sure. Germany, right on. Well, Guten, would it be morning? Is it morning over there yet? Or, yeah, it would be, wouldn't it? Pretty early, or? Show the different color for the filter on 6. Okay. Black hair. Give me a black. Now there's jet black, which... Oh yeah. Can switch up the filter. Oh, you like that one? Okay. Kind of olive. I don't know if that's camo or not. I think it's just dinged up. It might be camo. So okay, let me let me take this stuff off, because Mike E is decided. Put a check mark next to his name. Then of course I'll get him a suitcase, and we'll start running suitcases right down there. I gotta finish up the women's apparel. God, there's some ridiculous ones, aren't there? Yeah, but I gotta get through the woman's apparel. But before I do that, let me grab another beverage. Stand by if you would. I will be right back. If you gotta go, be well. Otherwise, I will talk to you very, very shortly, minute or maybe two. I'd buy that for $1. Oh boy, that's. I will tell the theater manager that that you can only have brown M&Ms in your dressing room and a donkey dressed like B. Arthur with red lipstick. You can put my clothes in an ammo can. Fair enough, I can do that. Can I use the same mask? Yeah, and like I said, Link, stick around. And we'll do one for you. I only hesitate because it's the first time I've seen you. Don't hold that against me. I don't hold it against you either. And I'm certainly gratified that you've taken the time to stop by. But if I see you a couple more times, we will get you in the rotation. After all, you seem familiar with Fallout, and not to say that this kind of addresses Mal's question there. Not to say that the conversation has to do anything with Fallout. It can be about any game, and it doesn't even have to be about a game. Lord knows some of the questions I'm going to ask. I want them to be IRL questions. I want them to be well, on the one hand, things that you want to talk about anyways. On the other hand, maybe something that would give people more of an insight as to what your passions are, who you are. If you have a YouTube channel, what you're working on. If you have a clip, for instance, you're uploading a series, or you're doing live streams, or say something happened in one of your live streams that you thought was funny or epic. Um, we can condense that down and run it like a clip, as they would on a late night show. We can get more creative than that too, but I hesitate to go down that road right now for fear that I've still got to get through the woman's apparel. But there are a few preordained guests. I don't know how to explain this. I know one of you out there knows what I'm talking about, because the role of the animal handler, which would be kind of like the Jack Hanna of the late night program, has already been assigned to a female guest. And of course, that same female guest can appear as a regular guest. That is to say, almost an alternate character. But there are some like that. For instance, I desperately need a male to play the culinary expert. And I already have footage for his first appearance. And this does not preclude you from being a regular guest, appearing completely different. if that makes any sense. It's as if you'd be playing two different roles, and obviously those two roles would not appear on the same program. But I'm looking for somebody to play a culinary expert that is a flat out smartass to me. As I ask you questions, this is all, it's not scripted, but we do it together off air, not live. It's pre recorded and it gets inserted into the program as if it is live. The culinary expert simply wants to present recipes. For instance, his first appearance is mucking with Meyerlurks. And Meyerlurk cakes, they have more ingredients that go into them, and they're a little more beneficial than some of the other stuff. And so I'm looking for somebody that can be short with the host and who can present these recipes. And I'm not going to toot my own horn. I'm kind of proud of the visuals because, you know, they've got all the ingredients set up. He's sitting there cooking. He moves from one place to the other. And anyhow, again, I don't want to go too far. If one of you wants to appear as a comedian, that's interesting too. And that might sound like a tall order. And to be frank with you, this show will have the format of any late night show you've ever seen. In what I'm trying to say by that is I will open with a monologue, which is supposed to be comedy. And I can't lie, that is the part that I'm most stressed about, is having to be just flat out funny for 4 or 5 minutes straight before breaking for the first commercial break. And like I said, commercial breaks are all done. We've got new commercials, we've got the old ones. I know, like, Mikey's been around long enough to know a lot of you are familiar with my old commercials for Fallout. So we're running those. But yeah, I guess my point was the comedy bit is honestly the scariest bit to me, because you don't have that live laughter coming back. All I can depend on is LOL or that joke sucked in the chat. So we'll see what happens with that. So those are the kind of like the special guests. I think I touched on the fact that you can bring a clip, which is obviously something that you talked to me about before your appearance, and then I'll fit the clip in. Let's see. B. Arthur. Because clean army uniform with clean army helmet and 6. You know, honestly, that's another mod that I'm considering downloading is dress uniforms. Military dress uniforms. Shit, what was 6? Oh, I have that up. Okay. Just gotta put that back again so I don't get things in the... You know what? Let's also check out this riot helmet. I know I hit it for a reason. Oh, well, that's the reason. Because it's silly as hell. Not to say you can't choose that to wear, but there's a reason I buried some of this stuff, I suppose. Just hide the Pompadour suit and put Benny's suit back on the rack. Catch up with chat and then get through the, get through the, female outfits. Grew up with Fallout. That's awesome. It's a great franchise. Oh, and only left-handed spoons. Oh, that's alright. Strawn only does left-handed cigarettes, so the left-handed spoons shouldn't be a problem. We can find those. Ooh, that could be fun. I think so too, Mal. You know what? I need to take down this damn thing. Don't I? Well, at least I wasn't trying to showcase anything there, right? Should ask Chef Smoke. I think so too. I'm glad you said that before anybody else did. Because I'm not gonna lie, Quick Smoke. I thought you would be perfect for it. Essentially, I think the chef just wants to get his recipe across, and he doesn't want to deal with Otto's fucking questions. You know what I mean? And so it'll be that kind of attitude I think he'll have. His outfit has already been picked out. If you're still around when I go back to the studio, I already have his outfit on a mannequin there, and I have the animal handler's outfit It's nothing special. I mean, he's got a chef hat, one of these masks. I forget which one. I think it's the NCR one, and he's got like I think it's casual. Oh shit! I forget the name of the outfit. It's a white shirt and brown pants, short sleeve shirt because I thought that would be appropriate, and gloves, of course. Question: do you have someone in mind for that guest? The culinary expert. I did kind of have quick. Casper, you crossed my mind too. Um, the only thing is, I wondered like if you'd be like, fuck, I don't know these recipes because they're Fallout recipes. So how? But then I thought maybe that's funny. Maybe I ask you questions and you're like, I don't know. Look, I'm telling you, you add this, this, and this together, and you get Mirelurk cakes. But why are you asking me things that you know what I'm saying? Um, God, I was afraid you'd say something. Damn. But I think there should be other special guests like that. I truly do. Um, I'm still thinking of the comedian guests. So many late shows have comedians come up and do a little bit of their act and then sit down and talk. So that's something else. But man, I'm telling you, some of my monologue material is going to be stolen jokes. I'll just have to find an appropriate way to credit the people that I got the jokes off of, whether it's Johnny Carson or David Letterman. It'll probably be folks like that. Still got your commercial. Oh, yes, thank you. Took me a second. What, you will have no laughter audio to clip in? Yes and no, Don. Not for the monologue. I just couldn't figure out a way to do that appropriately because there would have to be a timing element. When I come back from commercial, there's applause. I'm working on getting applause when I break to commercial, but that's a little trickier because I don't know exactly when I'll break to commercial. Um, so there is some audience applause. Laughter, no, unfortunately. I just can't figure out a way to do it without. I also thought about, well, just have the sound effect so I can press a button, but that is so damn cheesy. You know what I mean? That's like I tell a joke and then I cue the laughter. Like something doesn't sit well with me doing that. You know what I mean? Like if the joke bombs, it should bomb. And I almost wish there was a mechanism in chat without that woman's voice, without the chat bot, to only have laughter or booze or something like that. But I don't know. Well, I'll figure something out for sure. Let's see. Have Photoshop and do graphic design for a living. I did not know that. Now that's awesome. If you might need graphics for anything, feel free to bug me. That is freaking awesome. Can't see your game. Thank you. Sorry. I'll be the quiet guy. Can guns be added? Yeah. When it really just to the outfits, or that's where you see. Is it? Yeah, United Clothing Overhaul would come into play. Although I don't have it downloaded currently, it's a possibility. The animal handler on her first visit, I don't want to spoil what her first visit is, but no, I will say that it's not a Deathclaw out the gate. Um, yeah, I think she will get to Deathclaw. She's gonna bring everything she can from cute. Oh, well, none of it's cute, right? But from relatively innocuous fauna to some things that are more dangerous. She does have people with her. She does have associates that can handle those things. Just as Jack Hanna would or any of those folks. Um, Hers are all tribals. It's weird. She's weird. I get the sense that she is the opposite of an old Amazon explorer. Only the opposite because she's female. I get the idea that she goes down there and she seduces and tricks males into being scouts and guides. But you know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about that old boys club that would go down there and take advantage of people. It seems like she does that too, although I've let the person playing that role dictate some element of that, and she's walking that back a little bit, but at the same time, she's injecting humor where I didn't see it before. So I think it's going to be great. I truly do. And I don't usually say that about my own shit. My shit is crap. He called the shit crap. Um, if I do use the handmade, that would be like the AK-47 style, right? Or is that the repeater? It's AK-47 or the Chinese assault rifle, I think. Uh, whoever you want, I'm cool with, Otto. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, quick, you were the first, you were the one I was leaning toward just because I know you know what you're talking about, and you'd be in a better position to talk down to me. But there was something in the back of my mind, kind of humorous about the ignorance of it all as well. But it doesn't make sense at the same time. Why would the guy be a cook if he didn't know? I think there is something for Caspa. There's something big for Caspa. I don't know if the chef would be it. I'll just say it. I would like I would like you to do it. If if you can give me a little time here in the next couple weeks, if we can get together and do it, that I'd be thrilled. I'd be tickled. Um, Caspa, without question, I want him to be an integral part of this. I almost don't want him just to be a guest. After all, I mean, he and I don't go as far back as some of the rest of you friends of mine, but I will tell you this: you know, I talk to Caspa probably more than almost anybody else anymore. So over the last, I don't know what, Caspa, a couple of years, he and I have we've gotten to be very close, and he's got a good sense of humor. So I don't want to leave him out to dry, and I don't mean to say just being a guest is being left out to dry either. Uh, but I just feel like there's more potential there that I'd like to tap into. I'd like to tap that ass, Casper. That's what I'm trying to say. Anyways, I didn't say that. Has everyone seen your intro? No. I almost thought about queuing that up, but I did not tonight. No, Strawn, you have. I think a couple people managed to see it before I was able to hide it. Di has seen it. A couple other people, but no, not everybody has seen it yet. Nobody has seen the finished version except for you. And even that version, I'm not convinced is the finished version because I keep, I've gotten feedback from both you and Di that makes me want it, that has left me unsatisfied with it to some extent. Um, yes, man on the streets. Yes, Mally. Yes, in fact I wrote that down in the Discord bit. I don't know why I forgot to mention it. Yep, that would be a very fun idea. Danger Seekers, no ways, John. I know that joke. I know that joke. It's hilarious. Who put it on a gun rack? I want to be the quiet guy, please. I'm game, just let me know. Nice, nice. Do we miss any sets? Sets. No, no. I took you through the theater, the hair and makeup. I took you to my house in game because that'll make an appearance too. I do want to build your abode too, Strawn. Um. Oh my! That is an idea. The producers do talk, and I already have them. I mean, visually, I know what the producer looks like. In the intro, you can see him. I mean, granted, there's a lot of people in that control room, but I think even at a glance, you know who's in charge of the control room. He's shit. He's got an assistant standing next to him with a clipboard, and he's the only one. Yeah, other people are actually doing work. He's not really doing work. He's just sitting there sipping a coffee, staring out the window with assistants next to him. That is a possibility. I also like the man in the street idea. Um, I know it does, but I don't want to trim the song. I don't mind the intro to a stream being relatively long, because it helps me kind of, I don't know, decompress before, uh, or get ready. But in terms of visuals, something does need to be cut down. I'm not saying that it'd be black screen while the music's playing, but I don't know. It's definitely something I need to figure out. The whole. Thank you, Casper. Yeah, I like it, and I feel like it's gotten a little better since I initially. Oh, like a gun ad. Oh, like an advertisement for a gun. That'd be interesting if that's what you mean. That'd be kind of interesting. I also thought about live advertising. Now I do have pre-recorded commercial breaks, but sometimes on those old shows, the host would be like, before we cut to commercial, I want to talk to you about Gray Tortoise cigarettes. You know what I'm saying? Like they used to do that kind of stuff a lot. I also meant to say, Lang, thank you for your service, even if it was to Germany. You know what I mean? I think that's kind of a universal thing. Giving some of your time to your country is noteworthy. Um, that note, I must sleep, but I will definitely get back to you on stuff. Have fun, everyone. Nighty night. Good night, Mal. Thank you for stopping by. Yeah, get in touch because I would like to have you on the show for sure. Oh, that's right, Strawn. I will definitely check it out. Pardon, man, I know, Cass, but it's almost scary. Just not talk though. I think it would be hilarious if I call you by a different name each time. Talk to you as the cook. Ooh, in Afghanistan. Oh boy, yeah. Well then, yeah, definitely thank you for your service because that was an allied effort. Um, hell of a place, from what I understand. I'm gonna run through the rest of these real quick. We've got M, definitely a Western cut. I've been staring at it long enough that I probably don't need to anymore. This is definitely a Southwestern dress. The sleeveless top, the actual skirt part is where the Southwestern comes in. Shoes are rather unique and match the dress. I don't know if Dawn's still in here or not. This dress should be familiar to anybody that's played. I think the only difference is the stockings. Wow, it's weird how they cut off there, but whatever. You won't be able to see that. This is awful similar to something else we saw. I think something we saw under the male apparel. Yeah, similar to that one there. Slightly different colors at play. Yeah, yeah, more of a blue pants instead of that tan pant that we saw. And that's going to be pee, not urine. Anyway, Q. This is a fun little number, and look at these shoes. How fun is that? It's kind of a short skirt, so good deal there. Interesting design on the top too. Red belt. Got a little bit of detail there with the frill, or rather the lace. This is an interesting number two. This number two. This is an interesting turd. No, it's probably not my favorite though. But you got the what is it? Would you say that's glitter or something? Not glitter. I forget what you call that. But polka dot, a rather unique style to the shoes. Not style, but color. Further back, we've got something that looks quite traditional. Looks good though. Looks good. And this is for the gal that's ready to go to sleep. In fact, yeah, no footwear there. That is just sleepwear from Fallout 3. Let's start at the front end and bring it on back. Obviously, these are all different variations on the red dress, you know? These shoes are a little different. They've got that white line. And this is your red dress. Also, the shoes are a little different than they were. But as you see, the fabric is what's different. It reminds me more of what's her name's dress. This one, Agatha's dress. Got black. This is where the white line is missing all of a sudden. Just black shoes. Notice that there aren't hose with any of these, whereas with the business attire, there are. I gotta tell you, I don't like the hose on the Caprice, but whatever. I should have mentioned that when we were looking at that. Blue. It's where we get a little flashy here. I don't know about the green one, but there it is nonetheless. That's E. F, going with the hot pink. Purple. I'm not spending a lot of time on these because, I mean, what you see is what you get, and they're all just variations of the same design. H is white, so I gotta say I kind of like the white one. I guess I kind of like the more conservative ones, I suppose. Then, of course, we have Agatha's dress. Now, this is a Fallout 3 dress. This is J. It's either the Park Stroller's outfit or something like that. Pre-war spring outfit, that is. So that's kind of nice. This is a different texture of that. I want to say, no, that's not Vault-Tec dress. Wow. Anyway, it might just be a variation on the pre-war. Yeah, well, it's K anyways, and we're looking at green with a yellow sash. The Vault-Tec dress. This one's kind of interesting. Does it have a number on the back? No, but it does have the Vault-Tec logo. Don't let that dissuade anybody because you're not really going to see her back. So there's that. Before we get to this next section, I will leave it on this so I don't have. That one actually comes with hose. I don't mean loose women, but does N come in a does N come in a different color skirt? Let me find N. Oh, that's gonna be N on this side, isn't it? I don't think it does. No. No, unfortunately, it's stuck with that one. Sequin top and polka dot skirt. Sequin, that's what that is. Is that interest in that one? Because I can jot that down tentatively. Well, I don't like neon exactly. Mikey. No, not a huge fan of the neon dresses. I do like S, R, and Q. I don't know why it is. Do I just like Q because it's such a shortcut? I truly think I like the detail work on it. The shoes, that just cracks me up. Um, but were you clarifying what I should be calling the top because sequin escaped me, or were you saying that one that's the one you would prefer? Hey, Judah, good to see ya. Welcome aboard. So we last left it with M. It's a casual outfit with a retexture to it. N is now N, O, and P. I think I can tackle those all at once. They all have the same color shoes, the same belt. same buttons. It's that the difference is green, blue, or pink. This one jumps out too, just because it. Yeah, it's going to be a retexture of this one here, but the colors really stand out. Shoes are black and white. Belt is black. Obviously, kind of a red. What are those polka dots? Yeah, with that yellow trim. Yeah, I gotta say, from a male's perspective, I like that and that. It's not to say I don't like those, but they're just awful. They're awful plain. Not that there's anything wrong with that. And these three, I, I like the shoes. I like the shoes a lot, but pretty sure my great grandmother died in the one in the middle. I mean, I'm sorry, but that's what it screams like. Then again, they are old styles, and that's why I'm thinking of grandparents as I see them. They just don't exactly seem like something somebody would wear out, but I guess styles change over time. And I don't mean to, for all I know, somebody's like, oh, well, I was going to wear one of those until you start bashing them. But yeah, I might as well give my opinion. I gave my opinion on three-piece suits, so might as well throw mine out for the female attire as well. Man in a pink dress with an AK 47. Honestly, I think you bring up a good point. I do want to say that, yes, a male character could wear any of these. That's fine with me. I might make a comment or two during the live stream. I will say, if a male wanted to wear one of these, it can't happen. Because if a male tries to wear one of these, it'll transition immediately into the male version of the same suit. Um, but yeah, all these dresses on the left, they'll still be dresses when worn by a man. That said, a female can wear any of these suits, or the vest, or like the leather jacket. I know Dawn was looking at that. Any of this stuff on the racks for males can't be worn by a female. There might be an exception with the Vault-Tec stuff. I'm not positive. Suppose I could put that to the test if I wasn't lazy. So there you have it. Did I get through them all? I think I did. That's what we have on the racks. That and the Civil War cavalry outfit back there. I'm not trying to push it. I just can't ignore it since it is on display. I might as well show it as an option. The hat is separate, so if you did want a kepi or a forage cap, as they called it sometimes, well, those are two different hats to be honest. But we do have that option. So that said, yeah, Dawn, were you saying like, hey, I want to wear that one? Shit, that sounded like a damn gunshot. Huh. Try R. Well, put it on the one with the mask, even though, if you see a mask. Honestly, not too terrible with that mask, although there's obviously a lot of options mask-wise. Clean army uniform. I gotta find those and like I said, I could cheat them in. But like I said, I'm really strongly considering downloading the mod that gives you various dress uniforms. I don't recall if they're all dress uniforms, but I also don't recall if they're all American. They might all be American, so I don't know. Ours not bad. Is the dress sequin too? I can't tell. Maybe a little bit. It's hard to say. Wonder if there's not really a yellow mask, is there? Sure there is. No. That'd be kind of crazy. Not that we're not willing to embrace crazy. 26. Obviously, 26 can be worn with any hairstyle in the game. Auburn hair, without going to hair and makeup, what do you think, like... It's like I don't expect you to know offhand, as I mean I wouldn't, all the different hairstyles, but nonetheless, let's bring up one. I know that like Young at Heart is a ponytail without bangs. I know that no, what was Fairy Tales was like the not pigtails, but well, anyway. Miss Noir had bangs, straight hair with bangs. Well, they don't have much in the way of curly hair, do they? Parisian Bob, that's a fairly common one in the game. Poodle skirt, what is that? I think that's a part. It's parted. Might have a ponytail too. Sumacum lot. God, it's like I can picture that one. The Hornet's Nest, though. The Sophisticate, and was there one like Evening Out or something like that? Obviously, I passed that. Wendy the Welder is a bun. It's tightly pulled back. Young at Heart was that ponytail. I know there's like two in a row. Well, no, I guess they're not in a row. So Sultry is one of them, where it looks like they've had their hair done up. So I'm thinking So Sultry and the Sophisticate were two hairdos. I might be wrong about that. That were really done up. At any rate, let's just grab a few of them. And, well, let's just do 4 for now. If nothing else, we'll get the Auburn hair color. Oh, good, it's number 1 on the list. That'll expedite. Nope. So Sultry. Do we have that? Yep, cool. U.S. Digital uniform. I think that would be a pretty light mod. I only say that because of, I'm not sure how much room I still have, but I do have room. Let's see, Dawn. What was that? That was R. Why did I jot down K for you? Was that under male attire? Yeah, that's what it was. So this is R. R. So sultry. Auburn. And what number was that? What number was that? Oh, 26. It's a mask. 26. Fashionable glasses. That's in the vanilla game, right? Oh, why does it set up like this? Did I miss glasses? Be under Wasteland. Eyewear. Fashionable. Now I'm just thinking, wig, please don't be taking up the eyeglasses slot. Oh, no, it's not. Nice, nice. Yeah. Is that right? Is that accurate? I think it looks good. Wait, when you say no next, did you... Of course you left it with yes. So, let me jot down fashionable glasses. Alright. Nice. Hell yeah, so... I have... I think I have Adama's look. Pretty sure. Yep, we got that settled. Got Dawn. Got Mikey. And I've got Strawn. If and with, well, I should say when we have Strawn as a guest, or a guest host for that matter. And then I do have Lady Di, and I have let's see, got Tan Popo. I don't. There's people I don't have yet that I'd love to have. I know Cass has been around. I don't think he called out Q here. I think somebody else suggested that on his behalf, so I'm gonna leave that in the air as it is. I know Judah just got here, so she didn't call out anything on her own, but I know something was called on her behalf. Though I had kind of disagreed. I don't know. Somebody called that one. It does have a flask. But I had kind of wondered. I mean, this is in men's apparel, but I still think K should be picked up by somebody. Just because I enjoy that it's and I'm not trying to sell anybody on anything here. But I do enjoy how it's a little bit formal, a little bit wild, a little bit formal, a little bit wild. I don't know if wild's the right word. Maybe just tough. Judah, the dress with the net. Now this one's just a little bit wild. Maybe the blouse is she wears no, the blouse is wild too. But yeah, it's a little more grungy, fingerless gloves, military style belt. I guess you would call those aren't quite knee boots, are they? With the flask. You have those shoes that went with K. What are those? Aren't spats, are they? Keep wanting to call them that, but you're right. They're wingtips. Oh, thank you, Ling. I don't know how I missed that. You're very kind. I appreciate it. Excuse me. Damn. No. See, so now Judah's got I dare say, a couple options. I don't know. Yeah, it is kind of a gun belt. Now, it really reminds me of because there's no holster, but really reminds me of a I don't know. I almost want to say a Boy Scout belt, but that's not. That's selling it short. Excuse me. Yeah, I think you're. I think they're. I think they're wingtips. Now, Judah, this would be nothing special. This would be for the normal guest appearance. Just throwing that out there. You know what I mean. Yeah, I think it does too. Yeah. Military an ammo belt. That seems about right. God, I hated anything that would clip like that. I'm sorry, but not visually. I just worn a few of those and never was quite fond of how it fastened. Yeah, so there's like an alternate. Yep. This would be like Strawn picked out an outfit for regular guest appearance or guest hosting. I'm still tossing that around in my mind. That would be fun too. Shit, at that point I could be a guest. Oh, that little pouch. I see what you mean. Gonna leave it on there for a second, just take a quick hit of a smoke. Yeah, Casp. I agree. I absolutely agree. Okay, but be gentle. But Caspa has brought this up a few times, and it bears repeating that I said this earlier in this stream. This would be no video to watch after the fact. This isn't what he brought up, by the way. This would be no video to watch after the fact to determine what you would want to wear. That would definitely be the guest services video in Discord. Although, like I said, the guest services video is kind of antiquated, primarily because I cringe at my own voice in that segment, and the letters aren't there. I've been considering adding letters to the hats, adding more hats. I like it. Um, Copied most of that. It just popped up for a second, but I like it. The message that I just got on Discord. Um, I like it. But for regular guests, I'd like to get an outfit squared away to some extent. I know one was suggested for you, but oh, Judah, but yeah, I mean you could, but watching from the beginning, it's a long stream. It's a long way to go to look at the outfits. Though I say they're antiquated, I think somebody could still say, you know, I still think somebody could identify an outfit in that other guest services video, which is only 20 minutes long as opposed to this. And it covers these, and it also, well, covers most of these. Some have changed, but the ones I took down are still available. But it also covers hair and makeup, which is kind of handy. But even with hair and makeup, I want to redo it because I didn't number or letter. Excuse me, I didn't number or letter the different hairstyles. Um, so that's kind of a thing. Uh, Jesus, did I just get the hiccups? No, psychologically, I'm going to tell myself no, and that will defeat them. Yeah, it's on Discord, where normally our typed typed discussion is. It's almost like the Sea of Thieves ranks area. In fact, it's mixed up in there, but it's called Late Stream Booking. Has a It has a short booking video, which I mean, you can watch, but it's rather redundant because I don't think you're unaware of anything that's mentioned in there. Um, and then it also has the guest services video, which, like I said, I've got a love-hate thing with it. The opening part was systematic, even though it's more meant for comedy. I like that. I love that part because you get to hear from the theater manager for a little bit, and you get a little history on the Roxy Theater to know. I don't think we tell you what date it was built, but we talk about some things that have happened in the Roxy Theater. But as soon as that part's over and I start getting down to the nitty gritty, there's some things I don't like. I'm doing this voice the whole time, and I think I'm concentrating too much on the humor of the character that I'm playing and not so much on what you need to know. And that's what bothers me. I mean, as we're going through wardrobe, I'm talking about how I like the moonlight in some of the dresses. Funny, maybe, maybe not. But my problem with it doesn't help advance the the guest services. It doesn't help the viewer. The visuals do, but the audio does not. Um, and I say some things that are completely inaccurate. I say that some of these masks don't work with hairstyles. I think all of them work with hairstyles, except for the ones that cover where hair would be. But at that time, I was under the impression that everything on the top row could not only not be worn with a hat, which is true. None of those ones on the top row can be worn with a hat. But I also said they couldn't be worn with a wig. That is not true. Like 23, I don't know about 25, but 23, 27, 19, 11, 7, 5, and 1 can all be worn with hairstyles. But again, I was focusing too much on the humor. I better put this mask back. I think I already did make a note about grab the NCR mask too. Again, if I don't put the mask back, then jotting down 26 for Dawn means nothing because I may not know what mask that was indicating. I really, you know what? People familiar with the game know, they know what the sack hood is, so they can just tell me that. Let's put the NCR gas mask there. Yeah. So yeah, that's my issue with the guest services video. Put this stuff in my inventory. Except for the stuff, I mean, I'll scrap that, so whatever's with it can go. Well, hey, Plaz, good to see you, man. Or no, wait, have you been here? Or am I getting you mixed up with, I can't believe I would get Plaz confused with anybody else. Here I am scrolling up. I just get the sense that I already said hi, but maybe not. Well, maybe not. You know, I started to say that, that Caspa has brought this up, and I never finished my thought there. Caspa brought up, there's only one Plaz. This is true. This is very true. And what it was that Casper brought up was that, you know, I need to fit into the rotation some people that I don't talk to as much as, say Caspa or Strawn or Judah or Quick or, you know, the people that I tend to talk to regularly. Why? Because it would be a more fruitful interview. This is not to say pick these people above the people I just named. The people I just named and the rest of you folks that are here, you know, I'm looking forward to anyways. And it's almost a foregone conclusion that I would want you on the show. But there are some that may not even be aware that I would want them on the show. And to add to that drive, he just said like you should bring people on that that I'm not as familiar with. And so, I mean, hell, that would be somebody like Ling, who I've never met before. Not to say that I've met any of you personally, like you get what I'm saying. But this would be like Tex. I don't talk to as much as many of you. Vault Girl, um, Plaz. Now Plaz, I talk to like through chat and stuff like that. In terms of actually talking live on Discord, I don't know that I've ever spoken to Plaz in that respect. Um, so people like that, I think it would, while there are others in the community that know Vault Girl, Plaz, Tex, etc. Far better than I do, so it may not do them any good to hear our conversation. Um, it would do me good. And there are people on the periphery. Like, I don't think. I mean, Caspa talks to Tex, right? I don't think any of you know her as well as he does. And I almost. I don't know her that well, even though I enjoy gaming with her. But you get what I'm saying, right? That I should definitely make room for people that oh God, for lack of a better word, are outside of my comfort zone as it pertains to people that I talk to on like every other day or something like that. There is no class. Oh, what's his name? God King. Is it God King Zool? I mean, some of you guys have seen him around. He's another one. I'd love to get him in here. Yes, quick. You drugged me, so I don't totally remember the tickle fight. I do know that I was only hospitalized for 3 or 4 days. That whole period is pretty much a blur. Um, but you left an indelible mark on me, and I don't just mean the broken ribs. I don't. um, and the vast majority know about the people that play, the people that come into the fold every once in a while. That would be the most intriguing. I agree. Yeah. Um, but it's weird. It's like where I mentioned Plaz. It's like on my channel. He's a personality that we see in the chat. Um, but they've never heard his voice on my channel. That said, Quicksmoke knows him like the back of his hand. That's probably saying too much, right? They've had tickle fights. No. And the same can be said for Vault Girl. I mean, these people are no strangers to my channel, but there's that whole cross-platform bullshit that we have to put up with that dictates that we don't play together, uh, typically, ever. Um, so this will give me a format to actually talk to those friends of mine that I don't get to game with. And that's something that Casper, you're wise to bring that to my attention. And I think I need to do that. Oh Jesus, yes, Casper. She's already in the guest services video. God, her most epic line in that. I don't know if you've watched that video, but at one point she says, Otto will tell you that he built this studio with his own hands from the ground up, but he doesn't do anything without my permission or money. I just think like, oh shit, like she, and me playing the part of the assistant to the guest. I was like, well, I probably shouldn't weigh in on that. Yeah, that is probably how she'd want to do it, but not necessarily. She may do it live if it's on a Wednesday or a Saturday. And I do know that while there are some in the community that wouldn't give a shit either way, there are those in the community that are curious about systematic that are makes it sound like she's my sister. Well, that'd be weird. Um, so it could be pre-recorded, but it wouldn't have to be. Definitely didn't go past the tickling. That's true too. Get some other streamers in there. Yeah. I mean, shit, no joke. I named the Roxy Theater after a streamer that I watched. Now, granted, he's already got a massive following, so I don't know. It's wishful thinking that someone of that caliber that Roxy would come on, but uh, but who knows? Who knows? It can't hurt to ask, anyways, right? We're getting out of hair and wardrobe, so if I haven't settled hair and wardrobe, or not hair, yeah, if I haven't settled wardrobe stuff with you yet, um, sorry, but we're getting towards the end of the stream, and I figured I'd head back to the studio one last time. Suffice it to say, I think there's enough video of the costume options, and again, if not, uh, I encourage you to check out the guest services video. If you can get past the cringiness of it, if you can get past the sure you can get past the systematic and Rochester Tuck part at the very beginning, but it's the parts after that that are supposed to be useful. But yeah. So here we are back in the theater. I'm trying to recall why I came back here. I know Strawn earlier mentioned there are some Fallout 3 assets, and I told him I use the waste baskets and that they seem to go with it quite well. And what I mean by that is they go with that, even though the tables like these are a lot cleaner than these. Um, you can see, for lack of a better word, the ribbing on them definitely complements each other. Oh, look at that guy. Old Mr. Hitchcock himself. One thing I loved about him is, I want to say it was Johnny Carson asked him, um, why don't you ever do any period pieces? Well, why don't we ever see a Western uh, piece from you? And he said, I only write scripts about things that I'm very familiar with. And so I could never do a Western because I couldn't tell you the price of a loaf of bread in 1870. So there's no way I'll ever do a Western. I just thought, like, damn, that is such a good point, man. I wish more people would think that way. That you know, unless I know it through and through, I'm not gonna dare produce anything uh, out of my wheelhouse, so to speak. Go ahead and click all the stage lights on. Now, in terms of this, this is how it used to be when I first did a video of building this. But I did kind of elevate each row here. As you can probably see, there's a little staggered, not staggered, but, the further you go back, the more elevated. I also added the wood paneling. I like these because you put your drinks up there. Um, I didn't do that to every single, well, maybe I did. Maybe I did do it to every single one. When the show's in production, there's a third camera right here Obviously, when the show's not in production, I like to keep the spot open. I've gotten some feedback on the intro. The band is playing awful slow. Fair warning, I might keep the intro I have, though, because I am kind of lazy, believe it that or not. But there are elements of the intro that I'm not fond of. I know not many of you have seen it. But, like I said, it's all guest stuff that I have to deal with now. And it won't take me long at all. I'd like to premiere the first episode in about a week. I already know who my first guest is. I will advertise that. I know I'm not big on self-promotion, and I don't do a very good job at being ambitious. I try not to be... I mean, shit, man. I've been doing this for years, and I only put my PayPal in the description today. So, I'm not ambitious at all. However, I pledge to you that I will be ambitious with promoting the episodes. I feel like I owe it to the guest, especially if the guest has any sense of trying to promote words, Otto, trying to promote their own channel while they're on. I feel like I'd be doing them a disservice. Saying this, I'm conscious of the fact that I only have 300 subscribers, but it's 300 subscribers, okay? So, I don't want to downplay that either, even though I just did. Oh yeah, culinary expert is back here, sorta. Here's the animal handler. She's already been cast. She's something else. She's definitely eccentric. But yeah, so that's the animal handler's outfit that will be appearing. And here's the culinary expert's outfit. I don't know why he has a slave collar on. I believe that he has just been cast as well. But yes, he has a slave collar on. And there will be more roles like that. I love the man on the street idea. Shit, I like the producer idea. I do believe, like in the intro, the executive producers standing right here. I know I don't have that available to view at this time, but once the first episode rolls out, you'll easily be able to identify who's running the show up there. But it only makes sense that they'd be able to speak up every now and then. The way this is going to go, and for some of you, this will probably be repetitive. I will have already said this to some of you. But, and if not, I certainly said it in the Discord. The way this is going to go is very standard in terms of any late show you've ever seen. The intro is going to be a little long because it is a stream after all. So we roll out the intro. I come out, do a monologue, which is intended to be comedy. It might not always be too funny, but that's what I'm going for, is funny. We'll see how that works. Cut to first commercial break. We'll come back. It'll be me and Strawn sitting. Strawn will be sitting over there next to Mrs. Strontium. And it's that segment after the first commercial break, which either we will have a special guest, that is to say the animal handler or the chef that you just saw, or the man on the street, or I might go down into the green room and play a arcade game, or we might it'll be some kind of comedy project. I already say man on the streets, we could do that. Might play some kind of game with YouTube. I know I've alluded to that in the first stream that I did regarding this project. Then we will cut to commercial again. Every time we cut and come back, the band strikes up. That's all been done already. After the second commercial break, the guest will come on. That's not to say that whoever my guest is has to wait to join my Discord until that second commercial break is underway. But I would ask that the guest remain quiet as if they are not there until that after that second commercial break. That's when they'll be properly introduced. Prior to that, Mr. Strontium, who is the announcer, will have the luxury of speaking whenever he wants, probably even during the monologue. If we pull the trigger on the producer, it'd be the same thing. He'd be around the whole episode, be able to talk essentially whenever. Um, as is as is probably proper etiquette, they won't talk so much that they're talking over the host. I'm not trying to sound pompous or anything, but that's just the way it goes. I don't think any producer or co-host would do that. Um, what? Let me catch up with chat right quick. Right quick. You'd think I was from a rural area, not an urban one. Well, I'm in an urban Ohio area, so maybe that explains it. Let me see. Sorry about that. I had to mute to clear my voice. Just present your case and see what he says. That's in reference to Roxy. Yeah, yep. Can't wait for my outfit. Like I said, please, I urge you to stick around. For sure. Mutual Link the Studio, here we are. Yep. Or anyone that hasn't seen it, yep. Trash cans are like the ones that were in the older theater. In the vanilla game, or Christ, I need to take a drink. Very, excuse me, very glad you elevated the rows of seats. Much better. Nowadays they have the big plastic ones. Not as classic. I agree. These are classy trash cans. Artie Ling, be well, my friend. Be well. Thank you for taking the time. It was nice meeting you. It's a solid 300 plus dedicated subscribers. I will concur. Good people, as far as I can tell. I mean, okay, I don't know that. They could be axe murderers in their off time, but as far as I can tell, good people all. God, I think I have an idea on who could be the animal handler, but I really don't know if I'm right. I know who I'd cast if she would be able. Like a bomb, like the bomb on the neck, right? Mrs. Strontium. That was Strontium's call that she would be Mrs. Strontium. Yes, there will be the old commercials with some audio tweaks to them, and they've been kind of rearranged. So yes, I'll be running the old commercials, and there's a few that never made the cut back then that I've put in the lineup. I've essentially done it so I've got 14 of these breaks, and each episode will feature 3 commercial breaks. So they won't get repetitive until the 5th episode. And even then, even then, it's not going to be the same 3 commercial breaks. We'll mix it up a little bit. Once they get repetitive to the audience, then I truly think they've served the purpose of they rather serve the purpose of a commercial break. You know what I mean? Maybe the first time you're going to be like, I'm going to stick around and watch these. Or there might be somebody that's been around for a while and you're like, well, I haven't seen these in a year or two. I'm going to watch them. 5 episodes in, you might be like, what's a commercial break? I'm going to go take a shit. I mean, that is the point where they've actually served their purpose. And they're truly that point where where we're taking a break and Otto's clearing his throat. I could come on and tickle you with a pickle. Let me consider that. Let me at least put that. Let me toss that around a little bit. Let me tickle myself with a pickle. Well, you can't tickle yourself, can you? That's very difficult to do. I'm gonna have the missus tickle me with the pickle and see if I can. Let's just move on. I like the classy trash cans. Well, only the finest for your. Yeah, Cheetah. To be honest, like those commercials are some of my favorite things that I've done on YouTube. No lie. Um, I always go back to Liberal Outlast, a series that I did. I don't know. I had like a dozen episodes of me playing that game Outlast. I always liked that because there was some production value to that, not as much as the commercials. The commercials, they really stick out as some of my fondest memories doing this stuff. And a big part of it was having other people do the voices or handle some of the commercials. I know Kat did one. Mort did. Was that Mort? Yeah, it was. Mort did one. Kat I haven't talked to for a couple months. Well, maybe a month. But Mort I haven't talked to in years. Um, the missus helped out with some of those commercials, and so I'm always grateful for that. Uh, and some of them are just downright funny. I mean, whether I put them together or not, I don't like to pat myself on the back. I do like to pat my own butt. But I don't want to get into that. But anyways, but yeah, I really enjoyed those. So I thought like doing this I mean, they fit perfectly, right? I mean, you're gonna want commercial breaks, and I thought, oh shit, I could do some new ones, and then I've got a nice backlog of the old ones, and then look at the old ones. I was like, holy shit, there's some that I never really used because there was something I didn't like about them, or I only used them once. They were just like one and done. I did them once, and then I was like, yeah, I don't like the way the audio worked out in that. So I went through and fixed those and put them in the rotation to give them another shot. And honestly, a year or two removed from them, I thought they were a lot funnier. These are the ones that I was skeptical of before. They were a lot funnier um, with that much time having passed. I think I was too hard on myself back then, where I just aired them once and was like, nope, that's not funny. That's downright embarrassing. And then a year later, I watched them and I'm like, so I put them in. Make sure there's a new commercial for the Super Bowl. I can work on that. I can work on that for sure. So, as I was saying, after the second commercial break, the guest comes on. And at that point, that's when the interview ensues. And I've said it many times, I'll say it again. The interview will consist of, it'll be a mutual thing. It'll be partially whatever the interviewer wants to be asked. We'll arrange some of that ahead of time. I will probably throw a few curveballs, but if I think any of the curveballs are scandalous, I will bring it to your attention ahead of time. And you can certainly say, hell no, don't ask me that. And you can certainly say, better yet, ask me this. Um, it's kind of weird, but I know when I did the Meet the Neighbors thing, I thought about it ahead of time. And I hope G4 asked me this. I'd love it if somebody asked me this in a public forum. I want to give you that opportunity too. And of course, if it comes to that, if somebody, if Casper says, I want you to ask me this, I'm not going to turn around and tell anybody that he asked me to ask said question. So that, just throwing that out there for everybody that you definitely have input on what I will ask you. That said, I don't want anybody to hand me a list and be like, "Here's your interview," but and it's not going to be super hard hitting. Again, this is kind of trying to do the format of a late night talk show, not an Oprah Winfrey show, not a Dr. Phil. So it's not going to be that kind of shit. So I don't want anybody to balk at the notion like, oh shit, I don't want to ask questions. I will say this: if you're full of shit, if you're bullshitting everybody 24/7, then yeah, don't bother doing it because I will ask some lightweight questions, but I know I know a few bullshitters personally, and they don't even appreciate lightweight questions about their personal life. So just putting that out there. But yeah, that that is going to be after the second commercial break, and it could last. It could be as brief as a half an hour. It could be an hour. Just depends on how much fun we're having. Then we will cut to commercial yet again. Is that right? Will we? Might be wrong about that. I mean, I might need to look at the list. Actually, I have the list handy. Let me check it. Introduction and monologue, commercial break, special guest or skit segment, commercial break, guest interview segment, commercial break. Yep, okay. So yeah, there is another commercial break. That third one is after the guest interview segment. When we come back from that, we go right into the music segment. I mean, I introduce the music, but then we get into that. And that is going to be like it's everything from YouTube content creators, like someone we all kind of, well, many of us know, that makes his own music on YouTube, or it could be local bands that I'm familiar with, or bands that I've been a part of. Obviously, not copyrighted, right? Otherwise, you would see me on TV and not on YouTube. um, and music from 1924 prior, which some of it is not so damn bad. In fact, Gershwin's Rhapsody in Blue is now public domain, but that's also like a 10-minute song, so I don't think we're going to do that. Once the musical segment is over, we do the show closer, which means there's no commercial break in between the two. And the show closer sees us out with the ending credits, and the show is over. I think it sounds fun too, Don. I'm definitely looking forward to it. Always harder on ourselves than others. Yeah, that's true. It's funny how time, though, time really affected that. Like, some of those commercials I thought were horrible, and then I go back and I'm like, you know what? That's kind of clever. I'll keep it. Otto, I can't go on stage until I get my three-toed dead hooker in my dressing room. Oh, shit. Well, I hate to say it, but the theater manager misread that because we put three dead hookers in your dressing room. They have all their toes. So we'll figure it out. I promise. That is just gross. I don't want to share that dressing. Especially there's three corpses in there. I need to ask Quick Smoke about his porn shop addiction. Maybe I will ask you if you've ever walked into a porn shop. And don't be afraid to turn it around. Be like, have you? How long is the show going to be? An hour? 4 hours? It really all depends on the guest segment. That'll be the longest segment. It's definitely like the meat of the program. Um, like the opening monologue is I'm not I can't just try to go from joke to joke for that long, so I don't see that being more than 5 minutes. Then that second segment where it's the either if it's a special guest, all of those segments are less than the ones I've recorded so far are less than 10 minutes long. Um, so far, let's just say before the guest even shows up, I think we're looking at 20-25 minutes if we're including the commercial breaks. Then you know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking about 2 hours is how it's seeming. With the guest, um, some people get to talking, right? But that said, I've gotta discipline myself to keep it moving. Um, to 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 eventually get that guest segment wrapped up. It's not going to be like a typical live stream where we're just going to talk for hours. That said, I'm not going to cut anybody off too drastically, but um, there are some folks in our community that like to talk, and I will have to I'll have to force myself to say, "Shut your face, let's go to commercial." No, I won't do that, but so yeah, I can't imagine it going over 2 hours. I see them more as hour and 15 minutes, hour and a half. That's the goal. I get to 2 hours, and whoever my producer is should, if it's Casper or anybody else, they should say, Otto, it's time. Similar to what Casper just did, because I think in a way that's also my cue. It's almost 5 a.m. here. I better call it quits. But I appreciate everybody that spent the evening here. I I'm grateful that I have some outfits for some people, and I will get started not immediately because I'm gonna go to sleep, but I will get started filming that stuff ASAP. Uh, that way we're ready to go. So yeah, I kind of put that stuff in my Discord, and I don't think too many folks saw it because it's kind of hidden. And again, I'm not good at self promotion. I just don't have the ambition for it. So yeah, that'll do it. I think. Yeah. Shut the hell up. This segment was brought to you by Graham. Just cram it in your mouth. That's a good way to end an interview. Oh, just shut the hell up. I'll have to keep that zinger in mind. 90 to 120 minutes, yeah. Yeah, that sounds about right. So, just to recap real quick, and I mean real quick this time. I truly do. Um, Quick, we got you down for being the person with the bomb strapped to their neck, the culinary expert. Because if so, I'll be in touch. Well, real soon to get like I said, I already have one cooking segment filmed, and so just to get audio for that that will of course be pre-recorded, but um, that'd be awesome. And everything else seems to have fallen into place. Caspa, will definitely talk to you. I also got a message. I got a couple Discord messages there. I'll definitely respond to you all. If not tonight, definitely by tomorrow. Or, well, if not this morning, definitely by tomorrow. Awesome. Awesome, Mikey. Much appreciated, my friend. Well then, folks, that definitely brings us to the end. Um, let's talk turkey, shoot the breeze, and brainstorm nefarious notions now. No, let's not. That's not the one I meant to put up. That is. Well, I want to thank everybody for taking the time. Will do, for sure. And Judah, want to get together with you. We'll figure out your your wardrobe as well, uh, and all sorts of stuff. Dawn, yep, yeah. Anybody that's come this far in terms of creating an outfit as a guest, I'll be in touch very soon. If we don't have an outfit yet for you, get in touch with me, or I'll do another one of these, and maybe we'll touch base then. All right, folks. I want to thank Quick Smoke, Judah, Dawn, Caspa, Plaz, Ling. I want to thank everybody that stopped by tonight. I really do appreciate it. If you like this, if you are subscribed, I will talk to you quite soon. This is Automatic for Automatic Games. Thanks for taking the time, and good night. Oh, thank God that's over. I mean, those people and their questions. You know, I'm just trying to do a fucking program here. It's like 20 fucking questions in the chat. Oh shit, that's still on. Fuck! I just lost guest. God damn it.